Szanowni Państwo, raz, dwa. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo proszę. O właśnie. Szanowni Państwo, mam nadzieję, że mnie słychać. Chciałbym bardzo serdecznie wszystkich Państwa przywitać w Krakowie. Od razu powiem, że przyjęliśmy założenie, że przynajmniej w polskim środowisku akademickim wszyscy, przynajmniej w stopniu biernym, posługujemy się na co dzień językiem angielskim i na pewno znacznie popularniejszy jest właśnie język angielski wśród nas niż język polski wśród osób spoza Polski. A w związku z tym, że są tutaj także goście z zagranicy, podjęliśmy decyzję, że część plenarna będzie prowadzona w sposób hybrydowy w języku polskim i angielskim. Dlatego pozwólcie, drodzy Państwo, że przejdę teraz na język angielski. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored, I'm very proud to welcome all of you here in Kraków at the Jagiellonian University in the Faculty of International and Political Science Studies. It is great pleasure to welcome all of you who are here with us in Kraków, but also all the people who follow the transmission on the YouTube channel. I must say that for all of us, should be obvious that new ideas are crucial for development, for progress, for growth of political science as any other science. It is why we decided to come here and to discuss new ideas in political science, as the conference title says. But we should also be aware that except the new ideas, there is one more factor which is very important for development of political studies. It is a collaboration, it is support of different academic institutions, research networks, and so on. And because of that, I'm very proud that we have support of prestigious political organizations, and I'm happy to announce that the opening remarks as a first will deliver Professor Pablo Oñate, the president of International Political Science Association, who unfortunately cannot be with us here in Kraków today, but thanks to the technology, thanks to the technology which developed in the times of pandemic, we can meet with him, he can join us and share with us his opening remarks. President Pablo Oñate, I hope you can hear us. I'm glad you are with us here. Please, the floor is yours, the microphone is yours. Just a second. Just a second, please. We cannot hear you right now. "15 minutes ago, everything was okay. Let's see now." Can you hear us? Can you say something, Professor? Not yet.
I do hear you.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Frank. And good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to greet you all on behalf of the International Political Science Association, and especially to greet in particular, to greet all the colleagues of the Central European political science communities in the occasion of these opening remarks of this conference in New Ideas in Political Science. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this conference for allowing me to participate in this opening ceremony in this conference and to address all the participants some warm words in the opening remarks. As Frank said, it's a pity. I really regret I am not able to be there in Krakow with you today to share the warm discussions and friendship that you are going to enjoy in the following sessions. Unfortunately, I could not accept the invitation to be there in person because other responsibilities keep me here in Valencia and then this afternoon in Madrid. So I was not able to participate in person in the conference. I just hope that next conference, I will be able to do it in person, to participate in person. I want also to congratulate for this conference, all of you. This conference involving several countries and several political science communities in Central Europe. As we know, regional approaches are more fruitful and rewarding than the national ones. Comparing and having an international point of view is always a good choice. As Lipset used to put it, those who know only one country don't actually know any country at all. Obviously, that international and comparativist approach is the one that we held at IPSA. As you know, in IPSA, more than 80 national organizations and institutions take part, involve themselves, and more than nearly 4,000 people, academicians, involved in the different activities in more than 53 research committees and many other organizations and bodies that take part in IPSA. Of course, we have this international approach and this comparativist approach in our World Congresses, the World Congress that we will be holding in Seoul next July 2025, but also in many other all activities that we organize at IPSA. You know that IPSA this year, 2024, is celebrating its 75th anniversary. So we will organize this 75th anniversary in a conference in Lisbon next September 11th to 13th. And eventually, I must say that the call for papers is still open. It will be open until April the 10th. So please check the website, IPSA website, and see whether you could register, because it's going to be a great conference, a celebration of international political science, as you are doing in this conference today. IPSA also tries to have this international and comparativist approach in other activities, and I would like to announce, even if it has not formally been launched, but we will organize some work-in-progress sessions, probably next October for the first time. They will be online sessions, so people who have difficulties to travel to other places or to Seoul, for example, for the World Congress, can have this opportunity to thoroughly discuss their work with other colleagues in this kind of online, intense, in-depth discussions conference. So I think that we all are involved in this kind of comparativist and international activities. So I congratulate all the participants in this conference. And I also want to congratulate the organizers and all of you for participating in this conference on new ideas in political science, new topics, new approaches in political science. Our discipline needs to continuously adapt to the changing world and the new problems, while also paying attention to the old and persistent ones. Being updated, of course, is a requirement for political scientists, and being aware of the new ideas and the new tendencies that we can find in our political systems is, as I said, a requirement for political scientists. Therefore, let me warmly congratulate you all for taking part in this conference, the organizers for organizing this conference in this relevant topic and with this international perspective. Again, let me say I just regret that I cannot be there sharing with you the warm discussions and the intense and interesting discussions that are going to take place. I am sure they will be really fruitful, and I am willing to learn about it from the colleagues that I hope can tell me about it in the near future. I hope that we can see to each other in any other event soon, maybe in Lisbon next September or in the World Congress. And I really want to thank the organizers for allowing me to address these warm words on behalf of the International Political Science Association to all those participating in this great conference on new ideas in political science in Central Europe. Thank you very much. Good luck with the discussions. I'm sure they will be really fruitful and really interesting. And again, congratulations for taking part in this interesting intellectual adventure. Thank you very much, and best regards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I hope there will be a chance next time that you will come to Poland. Thank you once again, and see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And now I would like to ask to share her initial remarks. Ms. President of Polish Political Science Association, profesor Magdalena Musiał-Karg. Pani profesor, bardzo proszę.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of the board of the Polish Political Science Associations, I would like to welcome you. It's a great pleasure to have you here on this conference, New Ideas in Political Science. I am very happy that in such wonderful group of researchers, we will discuss, deliberate about new ideas, new approaches, new challenges, and also problems for political science, not only from the Polish perspective, but also from the international perspective. And let me welcome first maybe our international guests, because we assumed that the conference will be in Polish, but after one of the sessions we made with Maciej Kartyński within IPSA and with our colleagues from National Political Science Associations, we decided to somehow win the conference and invite our guests from Central Eastern European countries. And let me welcome from this place Professor Galina Zelenko from Ukraine. Galina, we are really happy you are with us. Professor Leif Kalev from Estonia. David Matsaberidze from Tbilisi. Oh, hi, nice to meet you. Marina Gorbatiuk from Moldova. And Orsolia Szabo-Paloc from Hungary. I'm not sure if she is here, not yet, but she will come probably. And also let me welcome our Spanish, I'm not sure if it's a good word in Spanish, but let's say from Spain, our friends from Spain, Fernando Casal Bértoa, professor representing University of Nottingham, who will be our keynote speaker, and David Dueñas-Cid from Tarragona. but David is like, you know, our, I would say, ziomek, because he's living in Warsaw and he's representing Koźmiński University. We are really happy that we are having you here. And on behalf of the rest of the, on myself and the rest of the board from Polish Political Science Associations, let me also thank you, say thank you to Professor Franciszek Czech. Franek, where are you? To Franciszek Czech and the rest of the team of the Krakow Polish Political Science Association. We are really thankful that you undertook the challenge and effort to organize this conference. And we are really happy that it is happening, and it is happening with the collaboration of Adam Mickiewicz University, also of course Jagiellonian University. And we are also happy that the Minister of Science and Education decided to support this conference within the program of Excellent Science, Doskonała Nauka. So we got the support from the minister. And the next thing I wanted to say that I'm very grateful to the Dean of the Faculty of International and Political Studies, to Professor Paweł Laidler. First of all, for his trust and his always excellent cooperation, and above all, maybe friendship, because this friendship ensures that the cooperation always runs in a very good atmosphere, and it's really, really fruitful. And I also wanted to say thank you to my boss, to Professor Andrzej Stelmach, who, having the president of Polish Political Science Association in his dean's team, always patiently, endures with all her crazy ideas somehow, and usually without saying no. So, panie profesorze Andrzeju, bardzo dziękuję za współpracę i zawsze życzliwość. And from this place, I would like to say that we have also many excellent guests in this hall. Let me welcome Professor Jolantę Itrik-Drabarek, representing Council for Scientific Excellence. We are really happy, Pani Professor, that you are with us. I'm not sure if we have a Professor Stasińska class, not yet, but there will be for sure Professor Teresa Stasińska class, who was the second, I think, the second female president of Polish Political Science Association, and she was also working in executive committee of IPSA. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing her here. And I want also to welcome Professor Wawrzyniec-Konarski, rector of Vistula University. Professor, we are really honored having you here. And also Professor Andrzej Mania, former vice rector of Jagiellonian University, who is always supporting us, and yeah, he's always participating in our events. And without taking more time, I only want to welcome and say thank you to my colleagues from the board of Polish Political Science Association. Professor Maciej Hatliński from Olsztyn University. Maciej, thank you very much for your collaboration and for all the efforts you are doing also in the context of this conference. Then Professor Ania Jach, representing, of course, Jagiellonian University, and Natasza Lubik-Reczek, Pani Dr. Natasza Lubik-Reczek, who is secretary within our association, but she is doing all the dirty job. So she is responsible for papers, mails, and contracts, and all the things that nobody wants to do. So Natasza, thank you very much for your help and for your great support. And yeah, without taking up more time, I would like to welcome you once again and to wish you a wonderful deliberations, exchange of opinions, of your results and research and so on. And I wish that the conference will be an inspiration for each of us to take on further scientific challenges, projects, development. And I wish you fruitful discussions and also wonderful time in magical Krakow. Thank you very much.
Madam President, thank you very much. And now I would like to ask the host, the Dean of Faculty of International and Political Studies, Dean Paweł Laidler. Panie Dziekanie, bardzo proszę.
Szanowni Państwo, ponieważ czas płynie, a spotykamy się tu przede wszystkim, żeby dyskutować na temat nowych idei, zatem moja wypowiedź będzie krótka i będzie też w 2 językach, bo tak mnie o to poproszono. Oczywiście w imieniu Wydziału Studiów Międzynarodowych i Politycznych, wszystkich politologów, których jest na wydziale sporo, bo choć jesteśmy wydziałem interdyscyplinarnym, to mamy dokładnie świadomość tego nie tylko liczbową, ale również jakościową, biorąc pod uwagę badania, jakie prowadzimy od wielu lat, że to dziedzictwo Szkoły Nauk Politycznych Krakowskiej jest tutaj kontynuowane, dlatego tym z większą dumą wszystkich Państwa bardzo serdecznie witam na konferencji, dziękując oczywiście przede wszystkim inicjatorom tej konferencji, pani profesor Magdalenie Musiał-Karg, która z punktu widzenia Polskiego Towarzystwa Nauk Politycznych wraz z zespołem nie tylko zainicjowała pomysł czy ideę tego spotkania, ale przede wszystkim poczyniła kroki, dzięki którym no, to wsparcie finansowe i organizacyjne się pojawiło. Bardzo serdecznie też dziękuję panu profesorowi Franciszkowi Czechowi wraz z wszystkimi osobami, które w aktywny sposób w krakowskim oddziale działają. Też chciałbym tutaj przy tej okazji powitać pana profesora Jana Wiktora Tkaczyńskiego, który zarządzał naszym krakowskim oddziałem przed panem profesorem Franciszkiem Czechem, bo to jest oczywiście dziedzictwo wielu lat współpracy, dzięki której ten nasz krakowski oddział bardzo aktywnie działa. Mam też świadomość tego, że pani profesor Musiał-Karg niemal wszystkich powitała, zatem ci wszyscy, którzy nie zostali powitani imiennie oklaskami, też oczywiście bardzo się cieszymy, że wszyscy Państwo jesteście. Bez waszej obecności, waszych perspektyw, które będą czy w plenarnym panelu, czy w panelach, które dzisiaj po południu i jutro będą mieć miejsce, absolutnie ta dyskusja nie ma sensu. Let me just briefly in English welcome once again from the perspective of the Faculty of International and Political Studies, all the guests, international scholars. We are very happy that this is an international conference, not only in its name, but we do have prominent scholars from Spain, as was mentioned, but also from Central and Eastern Europe. And I think that it's really important because most of us are Poles and we are all aware of the challenges and problems of generally Polish science, including, of course, political science. But this meeting is not really about this. This is a broader issue which was referred by the president of IPSA to discuss the new challenges, new ideas. And I'm sure that not only these 2 days spent in Krakow, but also further collaboration, which is the biggest value, the integration of our community will bring fruitful results from theoretical, methodological perspective, but also joint collaborations and researchers for which we are looking for. Once again, thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm mentioned as a host, but I always say that it's a great honor for a dean just to be a dean in a certain moment when active people have a lot of great ideas, because then I'm, of course, also using that moment to say that it's also my success, but it's not my success. It's the success of the people that have been working for this. So Franciszek Czech, Magdalena Musiał-Karg, Piotr Obacz, and many other people who devoted a lot of time to organize the conference. I hope it's going to be a great stay for you. And from the perspective of the expectations, that it's not just another conference to have a certificate or put in CV, that we will really have an impact on changing the world. Let's hope. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję, panie dziekanie. Last but not least, now I would like to invite here the Dean of the Faculty of Political Studies and Journalism at Adam Mickiewicz University, Professor Andrzej Stelmach.
Panie prezydencie, szanowna pani prezes, panie dziekanie, mili państwo, jest to dla mnie ogromna przyjemność i zaszczyt, że mogę powitać państwa w gościnnych murach Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego. Przyjemność jest tym większa, że wyjątkowo na tym uniwersytecie, na tym wydziale, ze względu na pana dziekana Pawła Laidlera, nie trzeba ustawiać dla mnie mikrofonu na innym poziomie niż dla innych mówców. Także dziękuję, Paweł. To jest taki miły akcent. Nie muszę się tłumaczyć, że wbrew temu, co przewidywali organizatorzy, moje przemówienie będzie na niższym poziomie. Proszę państwa, to, co jest szczególne w tej konferencji, to 3 elementy. I jeżeli państwo pozwolą, zacznę od tego, który przy całym szacunku dla 2 pozostałych jest dla mnie niezwykle istotny. To jest efekt bardzo dobrych relacji, przyjacielskich relacji pomiędzy pracownikami naukowymi dwóch wielkich uczelni polskich, Uniwersytetu Jagiellońskiego i Uniwersytetu imienia Adama Mickiewicza w Poznaniu. To bardzo dobrze wróży w moim przekonaniu rozwojowi naszej dyscypliny, że potrafimy się porozumieć, chcemy wspólnie prowadzić badania naukowe i wspólnie wymieniać się efektami tych badań, za co panu dziekanowi bardzo serdecznie dziękuję, a pani prezes i całemu zarządowi Polskiego Towarzystwa Nauk Politycznych wdzięczność tą wyrażam w szczególny sposób, ponieważ jesteśmy beneficjentami wielu dobrych pomysłów, które towarzystwo realizuje. Proszę państwa, ta konferencja, jak każda inna, ma podwójny wymiar, to znaczy ten podstawowy, przynajmniej tak muszę napisać na delegacji, żeby ją rozliczyć w Poznaniu, to jest wymiar naukowy. Wymieniamy się wynikami badań, dyskutujemy, przedstawiamy swoje osiągnięcia, poddajemy je weryfikacji w dyskusji. I to jest ten drugi wymiar. Tu się zaczyna ten drugi wymiar. Z reguły nie starcza czasu na dyskusję w trakcie poszczególnych paneli, ale od tego są przerwy, gdzie możemy spokojnie podyskutować o tych aspektach wystąpień koleżanek i kolegów, które nas interesują szczególnie. I ten drugi wymiar to jest ten wymiar integracyjny. Integruje, no może mogę powiedzieć, że środowiska, ale tak naprawdę integruje ludzi. Dopiero wtedy, kiedy poznamy się osobiście, w realu, nie poprzez analizę i zapoznawanie się z własnymi i cudzymi publikacjami, to jest ten wymiar, który zapowiada współpracę. Zupełnie inaczej czyta się artykuł koleżanki i kolegi, jeżeli ma się przed oczami obraz tej osoby, a zupełnie inaczej, jeżeli to jest zupełnie anonimowa postać. I to jest ten dodatkowy, niezwykle dla mnie ważny wymiar konferencji, tej i każdej innej. Jeżeli chodzi o tę konferencję, a mianowicie o nowe idee w naukach o polityce, to ja tutaj widzę trzy takie podstawowe grupy zagadnień. Po pierwsze, to jest kwestia rozwoju tych kierunków badań, które prowadzimy. Dynamika zmian albo pojawiania się nowych obszarów badawczych w naszej dyscyplinie jest niezwykła. W ostatnich latach jest niezwykła. Drugi aspekt to jest poszukiwanie nowych kierunków badań. No i temu ma służyć głównie ta konferencja. Propozycje nowych obszarów badawczych. I trzeci element, a mianowicie integracyjny. Ja już powiedziałem o tym, że integruje konferencję nasze środowisko, ale w tej chwili jesteśmy na takim etapie rozwoju, gdzie ta specyfika naszych badań mieszczących się w dyscyplinie jest jednak ogromna, co niekiedy powoduje tendencję do atomizacji, do dzielenia dyscyplin. Jestem przeciwny takim działaniom, to zresztą ci z Państwa, którzy trochę mnie i moje poglądy na ten temat znają, wiedzą, to jest nic nowego. Jeżeli nawet dyscyplina się dzieli na drobniejsze, tak? Nie chcę powiedzieć, że się rozdrabnia, ale dzieli się, powstają nowe dyscypliny, to niezwykle istotne jest to, abyśmy utrzymywali kontakt. Tak? To nie jest tak, że każda z dyscyplin musi się zamknąć w swoim obszarze badawczym. On nadal pozostaje wspólny. Metodologia najczęściej pozostaje wspólna. Tak jak politologia, zanim wypracowała własne metody, korzystała i nadal korzysta z metodologii charakterystycznych dla innych dyscyplin i nauk, tak będzie również z tymi dyscyplinami, które powstają z atomizacji politologii. Ta atomizacja niczemu nie szkodzi, pod warunkiem, że będziemy nadal prowadzili wspólne badania. Tutaj nie ma miejsca, moim zdaniem, na konkurencję, tu jest miejsce na współpracę i prowadzenie wspólnych badań. Proszę Państwa, rozgadałem się, pani prezes udzieliła mi głosu, twierdząc, że muszę skończyć do 10:30, trochę czas przekroczyłem. Proszę Państwa, życzę owocnych obrad, takich, które dadzą satysfakcję indywidualną, osobistą, ale także będą inspiracją do kolejnych poszukiwań obszarów badań, metodologii tych badań. Temu nasza konferencja służy. Liczę na jej kontynuację. Jesteśmy do dyspozycji. Serdecznie zapraszam do Poznania. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the opening session is almost over. A lot of people were welcomed here, but I want to pay your attention to one more aspect. I would like all of you to express gratitude to all the people who really help us to make this event. The students, volunteers, IT man, Mr. Conrad, and staff in the building, and so on. Thanks to their works, we can meet here, we can deliberate on new ideas in political science. So please applause all the people who help us to organize the conference. Thank you very much. The opening ceremony is now over, and now I would like to ask Professor Magdalena Musiał-Karg to chair the keynote lecture. Pani profesor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you at the first plenary session of our conference, and let me introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Fernando Casal Bértoa from University of Nottingham. He is an associate professor in comparative politics. He's a lawyer and political scientist. He obtained his PhD at the European University Institute in Florence. Currently, he is co-director of Research Center for the Study of Parties and Democracy, a member of the ODIHR core group of political party experts and experts of the Council of Europe and International IDEA. His works have been published in many recognized prestigious international journals and publishing houses. And what I find extremely interesting is the fact that Fernando graduated in 2006 with a master's degree in European Studies with a specialization in Eastern and Central Studies here from the Faculty of International and Political Studies at the Jagiellonian University. So, Fernando, we are really glad to see you back at your faculty after 18 years, and of course in a different role. But we are really, really glad having you here. And today, Professor Casal Bértoa will tell us about his most recent research for the book he's working on. And he will present a lecture entitled Presidential Elections and Party System Closure in Europe, a New Approach. Fernando, the floor is yours.
I always like to do some, I was born in Santiago de Compostela, so I like to do the Camino while I'm, having my lecture. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers, especially Professor Musiał-Karg, Professor Czech. It's really an honor to be here, 18 years later in a different role. Always have been very proud to be an alumni of the Jagiellonian University, Copernic, Jan Paweł, John Paul II and me, so, it's quite nice, to set this. What I'm going to do today is to present the research that hopefully will become my new book. When I was asked by Professor Musiał-Karg about the topic, I thought that it would be especially interesting for Polish academics, given that, as you know, presidential elections are at the core of political competition in this country. And I would like to start with a story. Once upon a time, in 1848, there was a revolution. There was a revolution in France, and this revolution was important because of the constitution that was passed back then. It introduced the first democracy in terms of having universal male. Sorry for that, but universal male suffrage, and also by introducing a special way of electing the head of a state. So in 1848, the French Constitution introduced the direct election of the president in France. On 10th of December 1848, there were presidential elections that had various candidates. The most prominent one, perhaps, was Louis Napoleon, who was the nephew of the great Napoleon, right? But there were other important, candidates like Cavaignac, who had been the head of government of the provisional government of France during the Revolution, or Lamartine, a very famous, French poet. Interestingly enough, those elections were won by a landslide by Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, as you can see, in this map. Something that, to all observers, was a, incredible surprise. This is how, for example, the French newspapers depict Louis Napoleon the day before the elections. I mean, this hasn't seemed, that he was expecting to win the elections, right? He was, appointed on 20th of December, 1848, and he became the first, French president that was directly elected. Why I tell you this story? Why I go 150 years back? Because the Bonapartist legacy determines, the research question that I am, presenting here and is the basis of my book. Louis Napoleon, created, after winning the elections, his party, the Bonapartist party, or the Élysée party, so increasing the fragmentation of the French party system. It was a political party that was completely under his whip. It was just an empty vessel. It was just a vehicle that he had used, to win elections and govern. And finally, he messed up, the formation of the government and clearly hindered the process of party system institutionalization in France during the Second Republic. So this story helps me to illustrate, the research that I'm going to present you today, and that has, as the main puzzle, and the main research questions: do popular presidential elections have an impact on the way political parties compete and interact? I think this is a very important question also in this country, as we will see later on during my presentation. And what are the mechanisms by which presidential elections may hinder, like they did in 1848, party system stability in a country? And why this is important? Well, this is important because party system stability has been found to be a sufficient condition for the survival of democracy. So if you have a stable party system, democracy will never collapse. So if this is, so important, especially in these days, to have a stable party system, then it is good to look at how having presidential elections in a country may hinder the stability of a party system. So most research, when we look into the literature, have looked at the relationship between presidential elections and electoral fragmentation, and presidential elections and the party institutionalization. There is some other research who has looked at the relationship between fragmentation and party institutionalization in relation to party system stability, party system institutionalization, party system closure. In fact, myself, in the book that I published 2 years ago, I deal specifically with this relationship in 2 chapters of the book. However, and this comes the new approach, nobody ever put all this together, the indirect relationship of presidential elections and party system closure, and the direct relationship between presidential elections and the stability of the party system. And this is what I'm going to try to describe a bit before I go to present some results and some findings. So why presidential elections increase fragmentation? Well, because as you know well, especially in this country, perhaps with the exception of the last parliamentary elections, where we have a high turnout, right, the highest since 1990, usually people in Poland also go to vote more in presidential elections than in parliamentary elections, which is weird because, the president does not really have much power, right? But these are very prestigious elections. They increase, the visibility of political leaders. Therefore, there is an incentive for political personalities, for outsiders, to create a party that will allow them to win elections, or at least be able to have a good position in elections that will allow them later on to blackmail other political parties in terms of government formation. So there is this idea that presidential elections increase fragmentation because people have incentives to create new parties, even simply to satisfy their personal ambitions. Also, presidential elections reduce the institutionalization of political parties. Do you remember I told you about Louis Napoleon, having the whip of his party, using it as an empty vessel? In reality, presidential elections, they create personalized political parties, which are not the best to have institutionalized political parties. They basically allow for outsiders to become, presidents of political parties without any interest in building political party organization. They are simply interested of satisfying, their interests. They may also create factionalism, because, it may well be that, within a party, there are 2, 3 different personalities that would lie to become the president. And the ones that they lose in the primaries or in any other, form of decision-making, they will create new parties, so hindering the process of party institutionalization. And of course, presidential elections encourage this idea that the president is above party politics. So why the president then should care about, building, political party organizations? And then we have, the direct effect, right? Something that, as far as I know, hadn't been really explored before. And is this idea, what I call, the butterfly effect. The basic mechanism here is that think of monarchies or parliamentary countries. There, the monarch tends to remain neutral, when governments are being formed, when political parties are interacting. The president of a republic that has been elected by a parliament tends to come from the parties that are already in parliament, right? In countries with popular presidential elections, the presidential candidate needs to appeal not just to his electorate, but needs to appeal to the majority of the electorate in the country. Meaning that, he has to make deals with political parties that might not be ideologically close to them. Moreover, there is a so-called blackmail effect, because parties that get 3rd, 4th, 5th position in the first round of the presidential elections may blackmail the main candidate in the second round, saying, I will give you my support for you to become president with the condition that you include me in your government. Clearly hinder the existing structure of competition, the existing stability of the party system. Moreover, there is a second mechanism, which is, the political legitimacy mechanism, by which presidents which have this direct legitimacy from the people, they consider themselves, to have this legitimacy to interfere, in the way political parties interact, the way governments are being formed. And sometimes they may lead even to the collapse of the government. So clearly showing that presidential elections, either indirectly or directly, can affect the stability of the party system, while in parliamentary republics or in constitutional monarchies, this doesn't happen. So taking into consideration, these 3 hypotheses, right? I look at, this issue in Europe by looking at all democratic polities, consider democratic if they get a score of 6 or more in Polity 5, in Europe between 1848 and the end of 2020. So basically, in my data set, I have 64 democratic periods in 46 countries, because, for example, France, has 4 different periods: the Second Republic, the Third Republic, the Fourth Republic, and the Fifth Republic. Poland itself has 2 periods, the interwar period and after 1989. In the data set, we have 151 presidential elections, 760 parliamentary elections, and the unit of analysis is 735 legislative periods. You can find all this information in my data set, who is public at whogoverns.eu if you are interested. My dependent variable is party system closure, which basically is the process by which the patterns of inter-party competition become predictable and stable over time, distinguishing three different components: alternation, formula, and access. The basic idea is that when political parties alternate in government in a wholesale manner, when they, establish, familiar coalitions, and only a certain political parties have access to government, the party system is considered to be stable and close. When there is partial alternation, when you have, innovative formulas, so for example, today you have conservatives with liberals, tomorrow conservatives with socialists, the day after socialists with communists, and you can have almost every single party in the party system having access to government, then the party system is considered to be open and under-institutionalized. We use a rather complex index that I'm not going to go through, but that allows us to map, as you can see, the level of party system closure in every single country. What is important here is perhaps this graph. So this graph summarizes the level of party system closure for all party systems, democratic party systems, that are currently alive, let's put it, okay? The important thing to see here is this. When you look at the 10, most institutionalized, the 10 closest party systems in Europe currently, you have that 9 out of 10 are parliamentary democracies. And only one is semi-presidential, meaning that only one has direct presidential elections. When you look at the 10 least institutionalized party systems, you can see that 7 out of 10 have presidential elections. Of course, this doesn't prove anything, but clearly shows that there is something, that we should explore further. When we look at, historical party systems, so those party systems where democracy collapsed, we clearly see the pattern, The most institutionalized were parliamentary. The least institutionalized had a lot of, presidential and semi-presidential systems. So clearly showing that when you have popular presidential elections, the party system tends to be, less institutionalized. So now we go into the real meat of the analysis, right? The large chain analysis. For that, it's important to look at how I operationalize the main independent variables. So basically, popular presidential elections, typical of presidential and semi-presidential regimes, is codified as 1. Parliamentary regimes are 0. Then we have electoral fragmentation, for which we use the traditional Laxo and Tagapera effective number of electoral parties index. And for party institutionalization, we look at the average age of relevant political parties in the system, log. Relevant, consider all those parties that at least once in the party system, the history of the party system, got 3% of the votes, okay? Then we use controls that in the literature have been considered to have affected the level of party system institutionalization, party system closure. So, for democratic experience, we use the years log, so basically age of democracy. For economic performance, GDP growth lag. For the electoral system, in the legislative elections, we use, a dichotomous, distinguishing between majoritarian and mixed against proportional. Ethnic fractionalization, we use the data from Drasanova's, excellent data set on, ethnical fractionalization and homogeneity. And then, we also control from some historical legacies and distinguish between those, countries that had military or civilian dictatorships and those that, had, royal dictatorships. Well, these are the descriptive statistics for your information. What methodology do we use? We use feasible generalized least squares that allow for a serial correlation within polities and I always hate this word, heteroscedastic error across panels. And the reasons for using this is that avoid autocorrelation bias, tackle potential endogeneity, and helps with the country dimension of the data. And we also run some robustness checks that I'm not going to show here. So these are the results for the direct effect. Remember, the direct effect, was the one that hypothesized that countries with direct presidential elections will have a lower level of party system closure. So presidential elections, lower level of party system closure. What you can see here is that, the effect is quite, significant and negative as hypothesized. So clearly, having direct presidential elections lead to party system stability. So now perhaps we can start to understand why the Polish party system is one of the most unstable party systems, in Europe. Secondly, we had the indirect effects. So the idea was that popular presidential elections lead to an increase in the number of parties, again, positive and significant, as hypothesized, and reduce the level of institutionalization, negative and significant. So clearly showing that presidential elections, either directly or indirectly, have a important negative in the sense of hinder the process of party system stability. This is the full model that we use, and basically portrays or shows the total effect of presidential elections on closure. So meaning that having presidential elections reduces the index of closure on more than 5.5 points. I want now you to understand that I'm sure you are more familiar with the Pedersen index of volatility, which goes from 0 to 100, but in reality, the variation of the Pedersen index tends to go from 5 to 35, 30 points. Closure is the same, but the other way around. It also goes from 0 to 100, but in Europe, it goes from 70 to 100. So in an index that varies 30 points, having a variation just for having presidential elections, a decrease in the index of almost 6 points, is quite a significant impact, right? Of course, you may say, well, in reality, it's not about, the presidential elections. It's about the fact that, usually in countries with presidential elections, the president tends to be powerful, right? Tends to have powers that the king, the queen, or the president of the republic doesn't have. Well, you may be right on that, but the results, as you can see here, show you that this is not the case. The powers of the head of a state do not have an influence on the level of party system stability, party system closure. What the powers of the president do is like they behave like fuel to the fire. So when you have presidential elections, and this you can see here, in this interaction effect, right? In countries with presidential elections, the more the powers of the president, the worse the level of stability of the party system. So saying clearly that, of course, they have an effect, but it is intervening, or it is just simply, increasing the effect of what we already know were, the presidential elections. So until now, a lot of numbers. I know that, maybe for some of you, this is, something that is an approach that you might not, be very comfortable with. So that's why I always think that we have to go beyond correlations, because at the end of the day, this is what, regressions are, right? Sophisticated correlations. We need to go and see cases. We need to understand the mechanism. Okay, yes, popular presidential elections, hinder party system stability, but why? How this is? You remember that I talk about, this direct mechanism that has, two different, mechanisms, blackmail potential and great political legitimacy of the president, right? So let's see with a case study how this, really works. And I think, you're going to, like my story. I'm sure you are familiar with it. In 2005, Poland had 2 elections with a difference basically of 2 weeks. They had, presidential elections and parliamentary elections. As you know well, right, the party system at the time was basically a 2-block party system. On the one hand, we had, civic platform, law and justice. On the other hand, we have, the post-communist SLD and the peasants. Because this was a heritage of the, of course, post-1989 party system. So basically, the Solidarność versus, the former communist political parties, right? As you may remember, although I see here, some of you are pretty young to remember, there were 3 candidates initially, 3 candidates in the presidential elections. Donald Tusk, the leader of the civic platform and the current prime minister, Lech Kaczynski, the brother, and leader of, law and justice, and Władysław Cimoszewicz, the leader of, the candidate, not the leader, the candidate of the post-communist SLD. As you may remember, he was accused of corruption a couple of weeks before, the first round of the elections, and he decided, honorably, to resign from the elections. This meant that these 2, who were going to sign the famous Peace agreement, became the main enemies. As the story goes, during the first round of elections, Donald Tusk won, and Lech Kaczynski lost. But he made it to the second round. You may remember Andrzej Lepper, the leader of the, populist agrarian self-defense Samobrona. He wrote a letter between the first and the second round of elections to Donald Tusk and to Lech Kaczynski, offering his support in return for participation in the government that was about to be formed, right? In the presidential debate, I was here in Krakow watching that debate. Tusk said that he will never, ever make deals with populists. Lech Kaczynski didn't say that he would, but he didn't say that he wouldn't. You know the story. He accepted the support of, Andrzej Lepper, and Lech Kaczynski became, president of Poland. As you know well, who formed the government after him? Yes, his brother, Jarosław Kaczyński, with Lepper as the vice premier, and Giertych Roman, whose father had resigned of the presidential candidate in favor of Lech Kaczynski. You see the mechanism, how presidential elections came to destroy and change the Polish party system, who passed from a 2-block party system to a party system that opposed, law and justice and civic platform. At that time, 2007, still with the agrarians, thinking where to go. In fact, if you remember, they support parliamentary the peace government, but in 2007 they became, coalition partner with PO. Okay, so clearly seeing how presidential elections can destroy and affect the stability of the party system. To show the, the political legitimacy effect, perhaps, we go to our neighbor, Ukraine, right? And we see that there clearly there has been, this use by presidents of their, great, legitimacy, direct legitimacy to, basically destroy and maintain a very unstable party system. Kuchma, there is a famous sentence that said, I do not believe in political parties. I don't even know why I need political parties. Yushchenko also dissolved the parliament because he was not in, he didn't like the results of the 2006 elections. The same, Yanukovych in 2012. What to say about the 2 most recent elections? I mean, the chocolate factory, magnate changed the party system in 2014. And, the actor become, politician also changed the party system. Both created in his case, he bought a previous party. In case of, Zelensky, he created a new party, right, in order to run for the president. And they dissolved the parliament in order to get the necessary majority in parliament. So clearly, changing the structure of inter-party competition that had been taking place until 2014 and 2019 in the country. This does not happen in parliamentary democracies. In parliamentary democracies, the president is elected by parliament either by the government supermajority. Usually, when they have the 2/3 necessary to elect the president, they just elect whatever they want, or they do an ad hoc cross-party political compromise, meaning that the opposition and the government come together to elect someone that they dislike the less, but the next day they will, be shouting at each other, they will be still, hating each other's guts, and, following the structure of competition that is in the country. Let's go to another, famous post-communist country these days, Hungary. In Hungary, the first 3 presidents were elected by the ad hoc cross-party political compromise of the conservatives and the communists. I mean, the post-communists, right? They hate each other, but they came together because of the presidential elections. And this did not have an effect at all on the division of the Hungarian party system in 2 clear blocks: the conservative, agrarian, Christian democratic on the right, the social democratic liberals on the left. Gons, however, was also, elected, but by the government supermajority, because there was, the government supermajority, they had enough votes in order to elect the president, like Fidesz and Orban's party after 2010. They have a constitutional majority, they elect whoever they want, right? Even presidents that later have to resign for different reasons, as you know well. But this does not change the fact that the party system of Hungary is Fidesz against everyone. Does not change, even reinforces it. So clearly, it has a positive effect on the stability of the party system. I could go and tell you about almost every, country in Europe. Greece, same pattern. First presidents, government supermajority. Second, the last 3 presidents passed a political party compromise. The last president of Greece was an agreement between Syriza and New Democracy. Can you imagine? Syriza and New Democracy. It's like, I don't know, 2 enemies coming together to elect a president. They are still at the extremes of the ideological spectrum, but they came together to elect the president, clearly showing that the election of the president doesn't have an effect on the way the party system is stabilized. What can I tell you about monarchies? In 2010, in the United Kingdom, Lib Dems could go with Labour of the Conservatives. The Queen didn't have a say at all, didn't have an influence on the structure of competition. Our own country, David's and mine, the last elections, the king simply followed the order of the list of the candidate that, won the elections. First, it called the leader of the Conservative Party, Alberto Núñez Feijóo, even if it was clear, didn't have the majority, but he gave him the chance because he had won the elections. When he failed, it called for the leader of the second party, Pedro Sánchez, that managed to put a parliamentary majority. The position of the king in constitutional monarchies is completely neutral. It doesn't have an impact on the stability and the structure of the party system. I would like to show at the end, a bit beyond this, using a more similar systems design, because one of the interesting things nowadays is that, and this perhaps could be part of our debate later in the Q&A, we talk about methodologies, right? And we have this feeling, which is true, that you can only publish in high-ranking journals if you have a super fancy, sophisticated methodology, right? But I think that our classics, Juan Linz, R.M. Leithart, Giovanni Sartori, Peter Mehr, they never, ran a regression. Well, maybe Leithart a bit more than the others, but you don't need a sophisticated methodology in reality to really capture. With a more similar systems design, it may be enough. Look at this. So this table portrays the level of closure in the 10 countries, 10 systems that suffer a change of regime. What do I mean by that? That started, for example, with presidential elections and changed to election by the parliament of the head of state. It started, like Finland, for example, as a monarchy, and later, changed to election of the president by the people. Or the other way around, they started with, election of the president by the parliament, and then, they introduced presidential elections. The period of presidential elections is marked in red, as you can see. With no exception, the level of party system closure, the level of party system stability is higher when the president was elected by parliament. So when the president, or was a monarch, when the president, the head of a state, was not directly elected. So, I mean, it's clearly powerful. You don't need a super statistical model like I ran at the beginning of this presentation to understand that, there is something fishy about, electing the president directly by the people, right? Even, you have this beautiful case, I call it the twin brothers, Moldova and Portugal. Moldova passed from having the direct election of the president to have it elected by parliament to, again, in 2016, have it elected by the president. Clearly showing how the party system stability can go up or down depending of, who elects the president. Portugal, the only country that introduced presidential elections in 1918, look at this gap. When presidential elections were introduced, the stability of the party system collapsed. You can see it here, over time, right? So clearly showing that presidential elections are bad for the stability of the party system. Indirect effects, in all the cases, with this exception, you see an increase of fragmentation in semi-presidential or presidential regimes. Party institutionalization, a bit less, but we know from the regressions already that the effect of the party institutionalization is less important. And finally, I would like to end with this. You have also very interesting, cases, right? Because some of you may think, well, but in reality, for example, you didn't talk about Iceland. What about Iceland? Iceland also has, semi-presidential elections. Some of us love microstates. We were talking about this, an hour ago. But the question is that in Iceland, why in Iceland, this, argument doesn't work? In Iceland, political parties do not present candidates to the president. In Iceland, perhaps because they know each other, there are 300,000 people, so, they are all neighbors, basically. Parties do not play a role in presidential elections. It is individuals. Therefore, it's normal that the presidential elections cannot have an impact on the way political parties interact, right? But, in Estonia or in Cyprus, which is, by the way, the only presidential country in Europe, the effect holds, okay? So, in conclusion, and with this, I end the presentation. Some of you may know the person in the slide is the great Juan Lins, the greatest Spanish political science. There is a famous anecdote that Juan Lins, as you know, was the one who wrote the famous Perils of Presidentialism seminar article that has inspired my study, of course. So the anecdote goes that every time that he landed in a Latin American country, Juan Lins, when getting off of the plane, would not say, buenos días, buenas tardes, good morning, good afternoon. He would say, have you already gotten rid of the presidential elections? Because he was very much against presidential elections, as much as you can see I am. So every time I come to Poland, which is quite often, the first thing I do is dzień dobry, and not, when are you going to get rid of presidential elections? Although I believe that you should get rid of presidential elections. My main findings are that popular presidential elections hinder party system stability, closure. The less powerful the president, the better. So any cries about introducing presidentialism or increasing the powers of the president are nonsense. And that parliamentary regimes are always best. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And now that is the time for questions. Your remarks, comments, and questions. So, yeah, the first person, our colleague from Georgia.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation and lecture. My name is David Matsaberdze from Tbilisi State University. Could you a bit elaborate how you transfer all of your arguments in the cases when, last point, no presidential elections, in the cases when we don't have super presidents, super empowered presidents, but even in parliamentary systems we have, which is very trendy in Central Eastern Europe, in the countries what you have discussed, it also deals with my country, Georgia, as well, when we have the populist leaders coming almost with the same powers in hand under the parliamentary systems, and then we go to that systemic closure as well, when basically that binary party system rotates, and then basically with that they undermine the institutional stability, including the party system. Thank you.
I don't claim that presidential elections are the only factor. So you can have, unstable parliamentary systems as well. In fact, in my book with Scholt and Jedi, I showed that it is also about, polarization, for example. The higher the level of polarization, the lower the level of party system closure. Or, for example, the age of democracy. Democratic experience is essential for the institutionalization of the party system. So there are many, many factors. Think, for example, of Latvia. Latvia has one of the less stable party systems, despite the fact that it's a parliamentary democracy. I'm just simply saying that presidential elections introduce an extra factor that leads to the instability of the party system. Moreover, it is not even a deterministic approach, it's a probabilistic approach, meaning that what happens with presidential elections, you have a window of opportunity that is open, and agents may take it or not. For example, in Austria, you also have direct presidential elections. But because of the democratic culture of Austria, there is a kind of constitutional tradition by which the president tried to keep himself, so far there have been only men, tries to keep himself outside politics and does not want to have an influence. There have been, even in Austria, there have been opportunities where the president could have, and moreover, there was the possibility of the coalition of the liberals in the 60s with, the socialists, and still the president went for the grand coalition between socialists and conservatives. So it's like, you have a wall in the party system. When you have a monarchy of a parliamentary democracy, the wall is like this one. There is no window. When you have a semi-presidential or a presidential system, there is a window. Open it or not is, an option for the political leaders. But in parliamentary regimes, there is no way that you can open the window because the window does not exist. By the way, you may want to say that your country doesn't have presidential elections. No, your country doesn't have your constitution was changed in 2017. That's right. Thanks to someone who is sitting in this table, by the way.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. My name is Kamil Ławniczak, Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, University of Warsaw. And I have a question regarding your conclusions, because it seems to be very difficult to follow the advice to get rid of the presidential elections. If I remember correctly from the slide, only Portugal actually did that. So why? Why is it so difficult?
Why is it so difficult? What? Sorry?
Why is it so difficult to get rid of the presidential elections, to follow the advice?
Well, it is because, you know, people, I mean, so people think that because they can elect the head of a state, the country is more democratic. There is this vision, which I think is wrong. They think that, you know, the president sometimes counterbalance the prime minister, right? But the question is, for example, like currently, for example, let's think of Mongolia nowadays. The president and the prime minister are from the same party, so there is no counterbalance at all. But, you know, there is this idea that, look, I want to elect my president. I want to elect the person that is going to represent me, which in reality doesn't not really, yes, he represents you, but, you know, it could be even your father who could represent you, in the sense that, you know, he doesn't have any power. I mean, think of, for example, in Poland, you know, the promises that Duda made during presidential elections, half of which he hasn't had the power to really, you know, apply them, because it's the prime minister who has the power, right? Why is it difficult? Because of this, because there is this idea that, you know, because people can, you know, elect the president, you know, the system is more democratic, which is not. In fact, you know, I mean, the majority of monarchies in Western Europe has a higher level of democracy than any, you know, semi-presidential country in Eastern Europe, right? But it's possible. For example, Armenia, Georgia, of course, in 2017, right, when they changed the constitution, for different reasons, I might say. It was not about the presidential election. It's simply that, you know, Bydzina had fall with the president at the time, Merevishvili, right? I know. But sometimes, you know, the means justify the end. In Armenia, they did it in 2018. This is interesting, you know. In fact, you know, there is, and this is recorded. I did a TV interview in Armenia, in Yerevan, just when they changed, before the revolution, when they changed the constitution. And I remember, you know, they asked me, what are the chances of democratization of Armenia after the constitutional change? And I say, well, they are higher than before. A couple of months later, you had the revolution. Armenia now is flooded, but still a democracy, much more democratic than it was, you know, I mean, a decade ago, right? So clearly showing that it's possible, but sometimes, you know, the reasons are, for example, in Armenia, why they changed from semi-presidential to parliamentary. Because the president, in a kind of Russian manner, wanted to become, you know, the prime minister and later being elected by the parliament where he had majority president. So you see, like in Georgia, the reasons to change were not the ones that I'm saying here, but they changed it. And in fact, you know, the Armenian party system, I mean, from the point of view of closure, you cannot be as close. You have had the same party in government since 1918. Another thing we can go, and I'm surprised that they haven't got this question yet, is, well, party system closure might not be the best. In our book, we show that party system closure is essential for the survival of democracy. But like in the Goldilocks, you know, story, the soup cannot be too hot, the soup cannot be too cold. It has to be the right temperature. The same happens with party system closure. When you have a very open party system, like the Polish one, for example, it is rubbish. When you have a very close party system, like Hungary, it is also rubbish. You need to find this Aristotelian aurea mediocritas, you know, the golden medium of institutionalization that allow you to have a good quality democracy. So it is difficult, but it is possible, you
know. Thank you for the microphone. Dear Professor, my name is Szymon Andrzejewski. I'm interested in the, maybe not more in the local level and let's say party level. And I thought about these conclusions that you gave. If we could also say that the direct for example, presidential elections on the local level like it is in Poland, or direct, let's say, elections for the leaders of the party can also hinder the stability of these institutions. Can we extrapolate this to these other fields? Is it possible? What do you think?
This is a very good question, you know, and a good idea for a new book. But I haven't thought about it very deeply. But just think about. I say that the direct election leads to lower levels of party institutionalization. Isn't it at the local level that political parties play less role in the election of the mayor? Isn't it that political outsiders and independents have a greater opportunity to become, presidents of cities and, regions? So, you see, it works, even if it's only indirect, right? I haven't thought about the direct mechanism, okay? But, yes, a first, thought about it, I would say that it could be applicable also at that level. Of course, from Sartori that, concepts can travel, but you have to adapt them. So perhaps the framework that I presented here and is thought at the, national level would need to be adapted to the local level. But I think that, there is a lot of truth in this framework and could be applied to the local level. But, even going beyond, think, for example, of Israel. Israel is a country where the prime minister, for once, of course, they realized that they was also directly elected. It was a mess, right? That's why it only happened once, So clearly showing that it could be applied, at, different levels and, even beyond Europe. Moreover, I'm going to give here a kind of, news in an article that I just, sent for review 2 days ago, looks at this, exactly this question, but in Asia. The effects are so strong. I mean, it's not only Europe. In Asia, it also works. Presidential elections, reduce the, level of stability. Moreover, in Asia, I can go beyond and look at the different types of regimes. So I can compare presidential with semi-presidential with parliamentary. Here in Europe, I cannot because there is only, as I mentioned, one presidential regime in Cyprus. So you don't have enough variance to test it, statistically. Presidential elections in Asia reduce the level of stability. Moreover, you know that in semi-presidentialism, you have two types of semi-presidentialism. The Russian-style, semi-presidentialism, right? The so-called president-premier semi-presidentialism. And the more, French, Polish, and Romanian type of premier-president semi-presidentialism, It has an effect. President-premier semi-presidential countries in Asia have a lower level of stability. And moreover, and this is not part of the article, but it's part of my new book, in Asia, monarchies are better than republics in terms of the stability of the party system. So clearly showing that no matter what you look at, I mean, I haven't checked Africa, but Latin America I cannot because there is no variance. Every country is presidential except Peru. A framework travels and the framework works. So most probably at the local level. It's a very, very interesting research question, certainly.
Thank you. May I ask you one more question? Do you think the concepts you used could really travel to different cases and different regions? For example, in Georgian case, what I could say, if you apply that we have the standard political party system in Georgia as in established democracies of the West, I would say no, because generally political parties in Georgia could not be sorted on left, centrist, right spectrum in no way. They could be quite the opposite with the title and with the promises of the leaders. The second problem is that the politics, since declaration of independence from the early 90s, if you start, all political parties are very much personalized and they don't have any deep reach to particular segment of the society. I mean, they are not tailored across the societal cleavages or grievances or whatever we could have, we have in comparative politics or party politics. And then the last point in Georgian context to understand to what extent that personification of politics influences the political party behavior. Thank you.
Okay, so in general, I would say that yes, it does, but you need to adapt the concepts. But it's not about, you know, first of all, Georgia is included, I mean, I consider Georgia Europe, and Georgia is included in my data set and in my book, and, you know, so Georgia is part of my data set, right? And in fact, you know, when you think about it, the last presidential elections were in 2018, right? If you were to use closure, before 2018, you had, you know, UNM government from 2003, which was a coalition government, only that they absorbed their partner. Later, you know, you have 2012, you have GD, right? Which was a coalition, and later, you know, they were changing until it became GD. So you have partial alternation, you have innovative formula, you have access of small parties. Since 2018, who you have in government? One single party, GD. Alternation wholesale, familiar formula, close access. So even in Georgia, my framework would work. It is true that there is a problem in Georgia and in many other countries that I have here, you know, countries like Montenegro. I consider them democracies, but we know well that they are on the borderline, right? And there are many, you know, issues with that, you know, clearly in Georgia, personalism and polarization. But it's not only about Georgia, it's not all about other countries. I must, you know, be aware of the limitations of my analysis. Parties in Second Republic France are not parties in Poland or in Spain nowadays. So clearly, you know, but if you really want to have this kind of large end approach, you need to be a bit, you know, less strict on the way you conceptualize your variables, right? So yes, I'm aware of the limitations, but even with the limitations, I would say that it would still work. And in the case of Georgia, as you can see, empirically, even it would work. And most probably after the next elections, it will still work because we know who is going to win, or most probably who is going to win. For good or for bad, this is a different thing. I don't want to enter into that. Yes.
Okay, my name is Wawrzyniec I'm coming here from Warsaw, but I used to work here in Krakow, which I recollect with great pleasure. I think that your concept, despite the fact it's very interesting in terms of the contents, but it is also ambiguous in terms of the application. If you look upon the issue of such countries like Ireland, Portugal, or Austria, I mean, the fact that the presidents are elected in direct way does not really have any real impact on the stability or instability of the system, of the party system. That's why I think it's, I mean, it requires definitely more deep discussion if this concept is still applicable in some of the countries. Secondly, I think that if you formulate the concept that parliamentary democracy in this sort of system, president is elected by the parliaments, I would rather say that this is quite an obsolete formula because we are having very many parliamentary democracies in the world, which are, since many years, are intended to have president elected in a direct way. This is again the kind of Portugal, of Austria, of Iceland, of Ireland. And in all of those countries, no one really would express the doubt if those countries are parliamentary democracies or not, because they are all the time. So it's not just the criticism of your concept, it's just the introduction from my side or contribution that we definitely, in my mind, we need perhaps a new nomenclature, a new types of the systems which have to be defined in a bit different way. To the same extent, I think that if we might call some systems which exist today as a semi-presidential in Europe, I would rather disagree with that because the typical semi-presidential system, of course, is in France. This we know it because it was the concept of de Gaulle. But I wouldn't say that we may notice the following of this idea in very many countries in Europe, Perhaps there are some argumentation as the direct election or as the some special competences of the president. But in fact, it does not lead, absolutely not, to the same position which is kept right now by the French president. So we again require a new naming of those systems. And the same, I wouldn't call the Russian political system as a semi-presidential because it's something completely different, even from the American model. So we are, I think, by the way, because having a conference about new ideas in political science, so it is also a proper basis, proper place, I think, to say that we have to formulate some of the new concepts and ideas of how to name some of those systems. But summing up, I think that, first of all, you have to say, what sort of the democracies are those in which presidents are elected in direct way? Because for me, there are absolutely also parliamentary democracies, however, with a modified version of how to elect president. Thank you.
Okay. So the first thing I want to say is that in the presentation, the innovative approach is that, in fact, I don't know this. I talk, of course, of the regimes because this is what we all know. But the main argument of the, is based on an article I just published in the British Journal of Political Science, and it's my new book. The main argument is that we have to go beyond the regimes. It is about the president. So the fact that the president is elected, independently of what you want to call it. Russian super presidentialism, Austria, I'm now using the classic denominations. President, premier, semi-presidentialism, Poland, premier, no matter. It doesn't matter the type of regime. It is about the elections of the president. And this is something that it has never, before in the literature explored, because they focus exactly on what you were saying, the types of regime. For me, it is not. It is about the election of the president. Moreover, the examples that you put, think of Portugal. Eanes, he was a presidential candidate at the beginning of Portuguese democracy. He created a new party. He increased fragmentation of the Portuguese party system. In Austria, the first president that was elected after the Second World War was elected by the parliament. It was a compromise between the socialists, the conservatives, and the communists. And he was elected by parliament. For different reasons, we know why, but indirectly elected. So clearly, showing that my framework works. The next elections were when there was the possibility of the conservatives to have a government with the FPO, but the president intervened to have a great coalition and continue with the great coalition. Think, for example, of Ireland. Ireland is a very interesting case. You have a monarchy from 1922 until 1938. Then you have the republic, indirectly elected president until 1951, if I remember well. In those cases, what you have, Cunham Gael and Fianna Fáil, two-party system. Closure cannot be as, as predictable and stable. The first coalition government ever in Ireland, surprisingly enough, took place after the first direct presidential elections. 1998, Robinson. Again, unseen coalition between Labour, I think it was PD, or the Greens, I don't remember exactly, and Fianna Fáil. First time after these elections. So clearly showing that it is not deterministic. What I'm trying to say is that it doesn't happen to have every single time, but it might happen. And this doesn't happen in parliamentary democracies, the most of scholars call parliamentary democracies, or in monarchies, because the monarch is simply neutral. So this is important to say. It is not about, even in Austria in 2004, I think there was a third candidate that had the possibility not to win the elections, but maybe to condition the second round. What happened? He was the head of the, I think he was the head of the Court of Auditors. he decided not to run because the politicians that were supporting him didn't want him to tell their names of funding. Had he run, and had he, conditioned the second round, the probability that the party system in Austria would change after that election is very high. So, once again, it is the wall, there is a window. You may open it, you may not open it. In parliamentary democracies, in monarchies, you don't have the window. There is no way to open it. So I think, this is important. And also, in terms of the nominology, yes, you are right. Maybe I should come, or we could, not me, but, the scholarship should come with new names for this. Here, I'm basically, I'm based on, I always think that, we have to build our work in the shoulders of giants. So, basically I look into Linz, but also Robert Elgee, the British, kind of Irish in terms of work, scholar who made a distinction between, parliamentary, semi-presidential, and, presidential. And Austria, for example, Ireland, according to his definition, would fit into the semi-presidential regime. Even if, I agree with you, they tend to behave like parliamentary democracies.
Just a few words. Some additional words, to your interesting answer, and thank you for that. But in case of Ireland, let me remind the fact that since 1937, of course, there was a complete new situation in which the party system has been stabilized until 1989 with the dominant position of Fianna Fáil, which means none of the Irish presidents was interested in the changing of the party system, and they did not have any capabilities, of course, to do that. So, in fact, the real changes and real, let's say, influence or interference from the president in this country has been initiated by Mary Robinson since 1990. Because Mary Robinson was, in fact, an independent candidate, not a party candidate. And because of that, and because of the new tendency, because of the Celtic Tiger and all of the other aspects, this has been accompanied by her position as a person who was a pushing factor for the changes in this republic. And by the way, one issue, you mentioned very interesting description of the naming, that it was a monarchy. Yes, formally it was. But since 1937, we did not have also, until now, the official name of the republic, which might be placed in the constitution. So it's still republic in the minds of Irishmen, but not as a written fact in the Constitution. That's one thing.
But it's not about the names. It's about how they behave. So, for me, it doesn't matter if it was a republic or it was a monarchy. In fact, there is this debate. Was it a republic? Was it a monarchy, right? Until, 1948, right? But was the head of a state elected directly or not? It was not. The first, elections were in 1951, right? The first direct presidential elections in Ireland.
No, Douglas Hyde has been elected in the direct elections, 37.
In what?
In 37, Douglas Hyde.
No, he was not elected by the public.
Okay, you will see.
No. He was not elected by the public because he was a unanimous candidate. So the election was cancelled. And therefore, you see, so it's not about the name, it's about was elected or was not elected.
So you're talking about facts, I'm talking about the law. The law.
Yes, but for example, in Austria, Austria was a semi-presidential regime since 1934, but the president was not elected, of course, during the First Republic, because Dollfuss and all these things, and later in 1945 he was not elected. So it's not about the law, it's about the practical, and that's where my new approach comes in. That's why this is my new approach. I go beyond the names, I go beyond the constitutional law, I know the practicalities. And this is the moment when it has effect. I don't mind that the Constitution says that it has to be elected, but if he's not elected, then, and moreover, as you know well, the Irish case has this peculiarity that when the president wants to run again, usually they cancel the election and it is appointed unanimously. So the moments when the presidential elections can have an effect on the party system are reduced in relation to Poland, Romania, where there has to be elections. Therefore, it's normal that the Irish party system has had less cases of opening the window than other, countries with presidential elections. So yes, this is peculiarities. But this is going into the details, which I don't mind, but it does not invalid my main argument. This is what I wanted to say.
But also mine, because if I'm saying that nominally the law is making a possibility to elect the president by in the direct way, it means it is also a type of the parliamentary democracy. That was my thesis. Okay, thank you.
And maybe I will try to ask one question, because I was thinking about Polish case, and the sentence you said during your presentation that in 2007, when the coalition was ended, then we could observe a kind of destabilization of party system. And we should remember also that on that time, we had a president from Law and Justice, and we had a leader in the government also from Law and Justice, and yeah, we could, experience this destabilization. What about cohabitation context? Because now we've got totally different situation. We have a very wide coalition, governmental coalition. We have a president from the opposite side, and do we have any patterns that we can, when we are analyzing this situation, that we can predict that after this, cohabitation, which is difficult as we see, can we predict that there will be a kind of destabilization or maybe something else? What do you think about it?
Well, to be fair, I never ran any analysis on this. So this idea comes from, the 2005 elections, and watching that famous, presidential debate, and later came, was a chapter in my PhD thesis at the UI. But I never really, developed it until now for different reasons. And of course, there is in the literature of semi-presidentialism, you have, cohabitation. You also have, divided minority government. So there are these two issues that, in theory, according to the literature, might affect the survival of democracy. This is what the literature said. They never look into party system stability, according to this. But I brought these ideas, and I remember when I was thinking about, developing what later became this framework with all these arrows, I was thinking of including these issues. But I was looking at examples, and I could not see a pattern. I could not see in the sense that, like, by the way, what the scholars have shown, yes, there is this idea that cohabitation is bad, but in reality, when you test it statistically, cohabitation can sometimes lead to the collapse of democracy. Sometimes, like in France, for example, it doesn't have an influence at all. So my hunch from this initial research, I cannot give a final answer because I haven't done the proper analysis on this, because my fairly initial analysis show that cohabitation, like in the case of the survival of democracy, doesn't have any influence on on the party system. But going a bit back to my argument, think of every single election in Poland, right? 1990, the division of the party system, post-solidarity, post-communist. It is, and the division of the right, it is because of the battle between Mazowiecki and Wałęsa for the presidential election. So solidarity collapses, or the solidarity parties, divide. Mazowiecki, Unia Wolności, well, Democratic Union at the time, and then, the conservatives with Wałęsa. 1995, you cannot think of Akcja Wyborcza Solidarność without the defeat of Wałęsa in the 1995 elections. Then 2001, the first ever government between a post-solidarity party, Unia Praca, and a post-communist party, SLD, takes already place in the collaboration of election of Wisniewski in 2000. And then in 2001, they formed the government. 2005, I have already explained it, so I don't know that. 2010, the only instance where presidential elections did not have an effect on the party system. Why? Because the country was mourning after, the, tragic accident in Smolensk. And basically, Komorowski was brought to the president. Even the campaign, you remember, the campaign was not really a campaign. Therefore, it's normal that there has no effect. 2015, peace, Solidarna Polska, going. They formed the government after the elections in October, but they were together in a coalition, presidential coalition, to elect Duda. 2019, the current government, when they first ever SLD, collaborated with PO, presidential elections. You see, Poland is the perfect case that shows that it's more than probabilistic in Poland, it's almost deterministic. Every single presidential election had an effect, a negative impact, at least in terms of the stability of the party system, in Poland.
Just commenting it only. Today, if we are, let's say, fighting for, securing the state of law, the rule of law, and having president who is somehow breaking the law and, not safeguarding the democracy, and we've got coalition government which is, in opposite. I think that it can be, if we are talking about surviving democracy, it might be a quite important factor that is, somehow.
In fact, one thing that it could be all new is that I think that the next step, I don't know if I will have time to do it, but the next step is to test really Lin's, perils of presidentialism with this mechanism. So presidential elections reduce the stability, and this lead to the survival of democracy. This is something that, for example, Links didn't think. And this, I think, would be a very interesting next research question for a next book. But first, let me finish this one. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for a really interesting discussion. And now it is time to finish our first plenary session. And I would like to invite you for a break. There is a coffee, there is something, something sweet. Okay, something sweet. And we are coming back here in half an hour? Half an hour. So 12:30, we are meeting in again for the second plenary session led by Pablo Laidler. Thank you very much.
Magda? Magda, możesz tam jeszcze raz... Everyone, we have the next panel, next plenary panel of our conference on the new ideas in researching political science. We have three distinguished scholars and experts with papers treating about different issues. It's, I would say, from the perspective of the whole program, the most interdisciplinary panel, which I find very valuable, despite the fact that we are talking about a concrete discipline, political science. We're all aware of the fact that political science is quite a broad discipline, and it invites other methods, theories, perspectives, and I'm sure that we can focus on these issues also during this panel. So as a first person who will present in this panel is Professor Galina Zelenko from Ukrainian Political Science Association, head of the Department of Political Institutions and Processes, correspondent member of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and the title of the paper is Russian Military Aggression under Ukraine as a Catalyst for a Political Process, Regional and Ukrainian Dimensions. Please, the floor is yours.
Dzień dobry, szanowne państwo. Ja jestem Galina Zelenko from z Ukrainy. My first fellowship was in Warsaw University, but I have forgotten Polish language since the time, so I prefer to make my speech, my presentation in English. First of all, I would like to say many thanks for invitation, Professor Magdalena, and I want to say many thanks for everybody, every countries who support Ukraine in so really hard situation. 5 minutes ago in Kiev finished air alarm, so it's really hard to speak about Russia aggression, but it's necessary to understand and to solve this problem for all people. As you see, the topic of my speech concerns Russia military aggression against Ukraine and the impact on political process in Ukraine and Europe. But before presenting the result of our researches, I would like to say a few words about our investigation. As you know, the topic of studying Russia, neither in Ukraine, neither in the world, was not given due attention. Russia was most studies in context post-Soviet space as one of the case of democratic transit with the specific and the problems. However, over time, it became clear that Russia case of democracy transit, it's not typical example. After all the public rhetorics of the Russian leadership and real political process testified to the establishment in Russia Federation, so-called managed democracy. Over time, this managed democracy acquires futures authoritarianism and militarism and imperialism. Logically, that in that paradigm, researchers predicted that Russia would resort military means of solving the problem. Therefore, in fact, Russia's case of political transit, separately from another post-Soviet countries, began to be studied only after the beginning of the Great War, since 2022. As you know, before that, the conflict, so-called Ukrainian conflict, Ukrainian problem, Ukrainian questions in Ukraine. Ukrainian questions was studied as a part of civil conflict in Ukraine, in Donbass, a bit with Russia. So. During last year, we with colleague from Institute of North Eurasia Transformation and my institute in National Institute of Political and Ethnic Studies of the National Academy of Science in Ukraine, we analyzed Russia's intention and what actually behind military aggression against Ukraine. The result of these researches was the book. I can see this book. You can see this book in Ukrainian language, but now we are working in the English version. So its name's "Pretended Russia: Imitation of Greatness and Power." I hope maybe this book will be published in Columbia University Press, and we have agreement with them. And I hope in 3-4 months it will be published in English. So. Empirical basis of our research were first of all Russia sources. It was principal questions to use Russia sources for creating this presentation. I would like to pay your attention. This research is too big and it consists from 3 parts. So I remove the accent, the third part of this research about Russia. As you understand, because I think everybody knows what happens in the war or in Ukraine. It does not mean so much as the process in Russia, and what to wait from Russia. So the empirical basis of our researches. Next slide. Were primarily Russia sources. Military doctrine, official documents of the authorities, Russia's Federation, statistical data, speech from Vladimir Putin, Minister Lavrov, Volodin, Patrushev, Medvedev, and others, analytical reports of Council of Foreign and Defense Policy, reports discussion club Valdai, Ros cooperation, Ros сотрудничество, as you know, Moscow Institution of International Relations, publications of the most influential Russia experts who specialize on international politics, economics, and domestic politics, which was published in the newspaper Russia in Global Affairs for last years. For example, Sergei Karaganov, Konstantin Zatulin, Федор Лукьянов, Тимофей Бардачев, Тимофей Сергейцев, Андрей Сушенцов, Дмитрий Тренин, Дмитрий Ефременко, Наталья Зубаревич, Александр Аузан, Глеб Павловский. So these people, are not the propagandists. They are analytics, so we use the materials, the speeches and the interviews. Based on this analysis, we obtained such result, and I presented it briefly. They relate the nature of political regime in Russia, state ideology, so-called Putinism or Rushism, ethno-political process in Russia, potential lines of socio-political divisions, which created during the war, and the anatomy of claims of Russia claims to Ukraine, and Russia intention for building the so-called world order Z. Political regime. Political regime which formed in Russia presents it and made claim for status great state. In reality, in fact, change the state, the institutes and the functions. The main essential features of this regime are as totalitarian, this regime finally crystallized during the Great War. This totalitarian has many new features which distinguish from each from another similar predecessors 20 years and which make it possible to see in synthesis totalitarian form. We named it postmodern totalitarianism. One of the main features of Russia new totalitarianism is assertion the role of information propaganda machine as key main apparatus of violence, informational and psychology and cultural violence, ensure control and management of mass emotions and moods of society, formation in the high level of subjection and loyalty regimes. The logic of development this regime leads it to export violence, in particular to the war against neighbors and external enemies, conduction subversive operation against pro-democratic countries. This regime is not ideological, indoctrinated, use the aim use the whole groups of ideologies, doctrines, concepts, which manipulate and often just play. The practice this regime often are very far from ideological postulates. This regime pointed on destruction traditional state, political, social, and international institutes and replaced the new from what the real functionality relies for informal and controlled ones. As a system, it means the system corruption, it means client patronage, vertical connection instead of state apparatus, national leadership, etc. In international politics, new totalitarian Russia regime aims for destroying of world order within which Russia became the country which lost the Cold War, in relation to which this regime increased resentment and revanchism. Special components this version of totalitarian regime is establishment in the culture and the cult of management, state security bodies, so-called Czechism. I think you know this term, Czechism, as well as its nuclearism. The presence use powerful nuclear potential to put press for international partners. Putin regimes has demonstrated quite high level of adaptability and ability to mobilize society in the conditions of large-scale, intense military conflict, but the overall stability is hard, in our opinion, to predict once because of the complexity. As for another side of this regime we called world power Z. First of all, I explain why we say world power Z. We use this term from Russian analytics. This term is based on the version of the world to what Russia plans reach as a result of the war against collective West. In these paradigms, Ukraine is only the tools for achievement the aims by Russia. Due to the war with Ukraine, Russia broke world order, which was formed after the Second World War. If we recall the ultimatum which Russia presented for collective West in November 2021, I think you remember this, and it considered on demanding to return to disposition forces in Europe as for 1997. Before the expansion NATO and the European Union at the expanse Central Europe countries and Baltic countries. At that time, these demands, the most analysts seemed as a joke, and nobody not take it seriously. But now it's apparently that World Order Z is about Russia's re-establishment of its influence in what is often and very erroneously still called the post-communist space, which includes former social republics located in both Europe and Asia, and which surely testify to Russia's turns to the status of a superpower and one of the center of the new multipolar world. I will miss the global dimension. I would like to say more detail about Russia's possibility to implement this order, because this question is the most important in such situation. As you know, in public usage, this war. I told about this, names Ukrainian crisis, Ukrainский кризис. We hear it's from Russia TV channel. In fact, this war is not another as Russia crisis, because the main reason this war means that Russia has not found the place in the world which changed after collapse of communist system. And as competition Russia with West and with China, modern methods primarily technology, economic, offering an attractive model of civil development was not possible. Russia used force method. Long before that, Russia built the system of tools, the economic, political, cultural, and informational influence in Europe. It's one citate. Our gas pipes to do in Europe that our tanks has not done. Emphasized in one of the speeches at Valdai Forum, Vladimir Putin. If you remember, if you pay attention for such details. It was about gas pipes, Nord Stream 1 and 2. Also from the beginning of war for the West, also from the beginning of the war, the West used 12 package of sanction, and Russia says that it overcome this sanction. I am not sure, and I explain why. Now there are no data based on which we can objectively analyze the real state of Russia's economy after the beginning of war. But in our opinion, sanctions hit hard in Russia's economy because at the first view, the level of GDP shows that Russia has overcome sanction press. From the one view, it's true, but from another, it is not true. Why? Because the main result of sanction is cutting of access to West high-tech markets and the collapse of energy relations with EU countries. One citate else. The EU's refusal to import Russia oil and coal and the introduction of gas import restriction have broken Russia's most important material bond. Lamented the long-time court Russian expert Dmitry Trenin. It's very interesting because he was the former, one of the leaders of Carnegie Foundation in Moscow. So, designing the future, it's important to understand if Russia has enough sources for changing world order that in their favor. We think no, because the GDP of Russia was $2.24 trillion. At the same time, GDP United States was $21 trillion and China $25 trillion. So the difference in that tenfold difference is not in favor on Russia Federation. It's time? 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, so it's okay. So extremely negative consequences of militarization of economy, Russia economy, and introduction sanction. It's extremely negative consequences because of limited access to technology and the lack of the economy through of high-tech industry. So the war of attrition for Russia, it's first of all a loss of chances for technology development. So for the first view, now Russia Federation has enough money for war, but as famous Russia economist Alexander Auzan is the head of economic department of the Moscow State University, under Lomonosov, he says that this money will be enough for 2 or 3 years. In fact, Russia Federation now fight for the tools of influence, but under consideration, which influence, for the tools of influence it had before 2014, but under the conditions of international sanctions and a narrowing of the field of foreign policy maneuver. Moreover, the turn to the east creates additional risk for Russia relate to national security, which significantly worsens in position of the world. After the introduction of international sanction against Russia, China, that became the main beneficiary, the volume of Chinese-Russia trade increased several times. So, having come up with the idea of implementing World Order Z, Russia has already faced the reality in which it can only be offered the role of a tool, but definitely not a global leader. And in concluding, in my opinion, now we don't have any idea to solve this problem and to finish this war. But the future success of Russia Federation is built building the World Order Z will depend from the situation around Ukraine and not only at the front line. Thank you for your attention. And I'm sorry for my English. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Zelenko, I'm sure you raised a lot of important issues concerning the definitely most important topic from the perspective of geopolitics, regional politics, domestic politics, international relations, and I'm sure that there are a lot of political scientists having their own also input into the research that you're conducting, and I hope we'll have time for further discussion. Before I introduce our next speaker, if I just may ask someone to close the door because it's time of the break during the classes that are in this building, and I predict that it's going to be louder in the background. Thank you. Our next speaker is Professor David Dueñas-Cid from the Koźmiński Academy. He's an associate professor and director the Public Sector Data-Driven Technologies Research Center at Koźmiński University. Previously, he was an Horizon 2020 Marii Skłodowska-Curie Widening Fellow at Gdańsk University of Technology and a researcher of the University of Tartu. He's an expert on e-democracy, internet voting, digital sociology, digital administration, and the presentation focuses on researching at the frontiers between political sciences, sociology, and information studies, trust and distrust in internet voting. Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor Laidler. Professor Musiał-Karg, thank you also for raising the invitation. I guess that this is working well. Well, as I was introduced, I'm David Dueñas-Cid, originally from Catalonia. I'm living in Poland for a few years. I've been working in different places in the last years. Amongst them, I was doing all my postdoctoral stage in Estonia, 3 years in Tallinn University of Technology, 1 year in University of Tartu. And I've been researching in different places, different countries, and so on. And I am generally working in this intersection between sociology. By training, I'm a sociologist, but also political science, because all my topics are related with political science, and information studies, because mostly I'm focusing on the digitalization of public administration and digitalization of administrative life. Said that because this is one of the roots of the things that I'm going to speak about, that puts me always in an inconvenient position, because when I talk with my colleagues in sociology, I'm an outsider because I'm researching on political science, but when I'm in political science conferences, sometimes I'm also an outsider because I'm a sociologist, and not to say when I'm researching with my colleagues on information studies for whom I am some sort of philosopher who is speaking a lot and not giving concrete data about anything. So here, I guess I will feel comfortable because I guess that we are talking about new ideas in political science, and the conjunction of all the things that I'm doing somehow fits on this idea. These are the things that ideally, if the 25 minutes allow me, I will speak about. It's a long thing. I will try to make it short. If we have no time, it's not a problem. I can cut some of the things. But again, why researching between disciplines it's important? Of course, I mean, I think that political sciences, sociology, and information studies, they have lots of points in common. There are lots of concepts on the digital society that link together these three particular spheres. Also, and we don't need to forget, we have different methodological approaches, we have different understandings of certain concepts that they are familiar to all of us, but we see them in a different manner, and that brings to having some kind of interesting interdisciplinary debate that I think enriches, at the end of the day, the three spheres, at least where I am working. And we don't need to forget that quite often when we are applying for funding, which is the ABC of our work sometimes, they require interdisciplinarity, so I think we all need to make an effort to focus on this particular idea. And internet voting fits really good on this conjunction of things. Internet voting is a technological issue that relates with democracy and that has lots of things to do with how we understand from sociological perspective our society. So, for example, I'm one of the organizers of one of the main internet voting conference existing, idee. And we are gathering there all these groups of people. We have cryptographers that they research on the insights, technical insights of internet voting systems. We have cybersecurity experts that talk, for example, how external agents try to influence the elections or manipulate the elections, or even internal agents could have access to manipulating the election results. We have lawyers who they discuss about which is the legal framework to adopt internet voting technologies in elections. We have political scientists, we have sociologists. So this is a topic that it's inviting to be interdisciplinary. It's very easy to be interdisciplinary when you are working in a topic that it's really fitting interdisciplinarity. And that's the starting point of that. Internet voting, I guess it's quite easy to understand. It's the use of remote electronic means to cast a ballot. There are some other familiar concepts to internet voting that relate a lot with it. Electronic voting, it's a framing concept that gathers other forms of use of technology for casting a ballot, like, for example, using voting machines. There will be one example that I will talk about later that relates to electronic voting. And electoral technologies are all the technologies that are scattered through all the electoral process. So there are many things, but internet voting in this case, it's the act of casting a ballot using the internet. So it's important because it's remote. You are doing that at home from your computer, or now, for example, our Estonian colleagues, they will try to start using smartphones for casting a ballot, so it's using internet for casting a ballot. There are lots of things that we could hear about internet voting. I mean, there are lots of expectations that they are not always necessarily accomplished. So, for example, internet voting is reducing the cost of a ballot because we engage less people in the process of casting a ballot. We don't need to have people in the electoral, so many people in the electoral school and so on. And on my time in Estonia, for example, we did one research that we were proving that there are different cost efficiency is different on internet voting and in other voting systems. Internet voting increases the efficiency of electoral management, but at the same time, it also increases the organizational complexity because there is no country that is using just internet voting as the only way of casting a ballot. All of them are using internet voting in parallel to other systems, and then we need to integrate them when we are counting the results and when we are doing the things. Internet voting obviously increases the risk. Internet voting is many people have the expectation that internet voting is going to increase the turnout, but academia didn't find conclusive response to that. In some cases, like for expats voting, it seems that it increases the turnout. It was proven in the case of Switzerland, for example. In the internal voting, it's not always like that, but what is for sure is that it increases the convenience of the voting process because it makes it easy, under the assumption that if we make voting more convenient, more people will feel appealed to vote if they are willing to do it. Internet voting helps creating habit. People who use internet voting, they are not coming back to paper, and internet voting has a potential of transforming some things on our understanding of elections in the way that if we create an internet voting system, we can, for example, have elections more often because we have already the system in place and it's not so costly to call for elections again because we have already a system that it's working. But internet voting, sorry for this super large thing, internet voting is just one of the ways that we can use for casting a ballot. With my colleagues, we were doing a research that hopefully it will be published soon. Probably you will not be able to see anything, but it's just showing the complexity of the different ways of casting a ballot existing. We ran through a literature review trying to understand all the convenient systems of casting a ballot that exist in the planet. We found more than 25 ways of casting a ballot, something that is very strange because normally, when we are politically socialized in one particular political environment, we tend to think that everybody in the world votes in the same way that we do. So in your country, you have this, in Poland, you have this crazy big paper where you need to go through all the names, then you need to put crosses here and there, then you need to fold it, then you need to put it in the envelope and in the box. And in my country, for example, we use small pieces of paper that we just took and put them there, choosing each piece of paper for one different party. This is the basic difference. I mean, you're a political scientist, you all know it. 25 different ways of casting a ballot we found all over the world, being internet voting just one of them. And we classify them depending on how they respond to this question. Who is voting, how is it voting, where is it voting, and when is it voting? When is the voting taking place? So internet voting is one of them, but at the same time, it's one of them that connects a lot with the topic that we are going to talk about today here, about trust. Because many of the things that relate with internet voting, at the end, they dialogue with the concept of trust. And as I said, I'm one of the organizers of the eVote ID conference, and I've been going there since 2017. So it's already 7 years that I'm going regularly, once per year, meeting all the community of people who are researching on internet voting. And the first time I went there with my sociological eyes, I sit there and I was listening how my colleagues, cryptographers, they were talking about things related with the internal security systems that we need to put in place for having an internet voting system. And they were quite often using the word trust. And then the lawyers, they were coming and they were also using the word trust. And then the practitioners, people from, I don't know, United Nations, from OSCE, they were sitting and they were also using the word trust. So all of them, they were using the same word and all of them were meaning something absolutely different. And none of the things that they were saying were connecting with my own understanding of what trust is as a sociologist. So for cryptographers, trust was connected with security. We need to make robust systems and then people will trust them. It's true. We need robust systems in order to increase trust, but it's not enough. My colleagues that were researching on information systems, quite often they were saying trust is something that will occur once the system is in place and people see that it works. Yes, of course, this is true. Trust will increase later, but it's not enough to understand that. And my colleagues, practitioners, quite often they were saying, if you are living in a country where people do not trust institutions, better not implement an internet voting system because it's not going to work. Also true. But at the same time, we have trust, which is at the beginning of the process, at the end of the process, and in the middle of the process, and none of them is referring to trust as a holistic way. In my effort as a sociologist was try to understand how can we understand trust in a different manner so that we can find a common agreement of what trust is. Therefore, I prepared one project where I was collaborating with my colleague, Professor Musiał-Karg, that it's called the Electrust Project, in which we were trying to understand that, basically. What do we understand by trust when we are talking about internet voting? And how trust dialogues with internet voting? In which moments we need to pay attention to trust? And we decided to introduce a second concept, which is the concept of distrust, and I will subsequently define both of them, because I think they are in an interesting logical combination. So what we are doing on this project, we are focusing on different countries where internet voting was deployed. So we did one research in Estonia that we are now analyzing the data. We did one research in Poland, which is somehow case zero, where internet voting was never used, but maybe someday it will happen. We were researching on the Netherlands, we were researching in Australia, in New South Wales, and we will be researching in Switzerland this spring and in Norway next year. Countries where internet voting was deployed in some moment or some plans were done on that. And we are doing that using two means, so just a fast methodological note, interviews with experts, and then the development of a Q methodology experiment in order to see how citizens react to the contents that experts are putting on the table. So, step one, we need to define what trust is. And defining trust, it's a very complex effort. If I would ask to all of you to provide one definition of trust, each one of you would be able to come with a definition because you all know what trust is. You know what does it mean to trust someone, you know what does it mean to trust something, so therefore it's a concept that is very used in our everyday life. And that makes it very difficult to define from a scientific perspective. When everybody knows the definition of something, having a definition that gathers the understanding of everyone turns to be a really complicated thing because everybody can focus on different parts of that. Also, trust has lots of neighboring concepts. It's not the same, the concept of trust and the concept of trustworthiness. It's not the same, the concept of confidence. So going in the literature, sometimes these concepts are used interchangeably, but it's not the case because they refer to some other different parts. And finally, is the relation between trust and distrust. One of the things that we put checking the literature is that, first, trust is a human mechanism to reduce complexity. We trust, for example, you trust that the organizers of this conference are bringing people interesting, so therefore you came here to listen to the things that we might say. If you wouldn't trust probably your colleagues, you would need to continue, ask yourself, is it interesting and worth to go to this conference? So somehow trust is reducing the complexity of our everyday life, and then we don't need to ask ourselves questions about should I do these kind of things, because you trust that other people are making wise decisions on your behalf. When we talk about political life, this is on the ABC of elections, for example. We trust that the outcomes of elections will be okay. We trust that we delegate the power to someone to take decisions on our behalf, and trust is at the core of everything. Trust, secondly, requires a certain level of knowledge asymmetry. We cannot know everything about everything. So therefore, we need to rely on people who we think that they know better than us on certain aspects. We trust doctors, we trust professors, we trust scientists, we trust politicians, because we know and we understand that we cannot understand everything, so we need to know which are our limits, and beyond our limits, we build trust. And trust, and here, I think a professor from this university, in fact, Piotr Stomka, he did a sociologist from here, he was making a really interesting research in which he was understanding, for example, that in order to trust, we need to distrust. So distrust, it's at the foundations of trust somehow, because if we don't have a certain level of institutionalized distrust, we are not able to build trust because we are in a complicated situation. So therefore, we have different references here that they can bring to a definition of trust. And internet voting is at the core of that. Normally, when we think about trust, there are three different types of trust that always comes to our mind. Interpersonal trust, so trust to other people who is next to us. Institutional trust, so trust on the institutions that we commonly gave to us in order to manage our life. And finally, in this case, trust in technology, so the fact that technology is going to perform the things in the way we expect. And internet voting, interestingly, gathers all of them. Because internet voting works because we have a sort of technology that we need to trust, that we need to rely that this technology is going to do the things in a proper manner, but we also need to trust on institutions that are implementing technology. For example, connected with the previous speech, Russia has an internet voting system. Generally, people do not trust much on the Russian internet voting system, not because the technology is going to be good or bad, but because institutionally we don't trust that the democratic systems of Russia are going to work good. Therefore, we don't trust whatever tool they are using for making whatever decision they need to make. And interpersonal trust, for example, because I'm thinking quite often when I'm making my research on people from older generations, and for example, I would ask myself, would my father or my mother use internet voting because a cyber cryptographer would tell them that the system is cryptographically sound and proof and nobody can attack it? No, my father or my mother would use internet voting after consulting either me, either my sister, either some of their friends. So interpersonal trust is at the core of some types of of technology adoption, and therefore we need also to consider that when we are talking about internet voting. Second point, I said that we have also the concept of distrust. Normally, and here comes an interesting, in my opinion, let's say philosophical turn on the definition of that, we normally tend to consider trust and distrust as the opposite ends of the same logical continuum. So we can draw a line and we can put ourselves in one position depending on how much we trust or how much we distrust and so on. And in this project we try to do something different and consider trust and distrust as two obviously related but separate concepts that we need to understand different. The same things that bring me to trust, they are not the things, the essence of which will bring me to distrust. So we need to understand trust as distrust as two different concepts. And that allows finding elements, for example, that they are bringing today trust but tomorrow distrust. Finding elements that are bringing trust and distrust at the same time for different communities. Elements that, I don't know, interesting connections, as we will see at the end, or interesting paradoxes on how we build trust or we build distrust. And more important for people who are practitioners in political science, how can we define strategies for building trust? And how can we find strategies for managing this trust? Because trust is something that we build, and distrust is something that institutions manage in order to continue working in a proper manner. One interesting gap, when we look at the literature, and we see, and we put, for example, in Google Scholar, I know, research on trust, we can find lots of references that we can refer to. But when we put research on distrust, this is not the case. So there is a clear gap on researching distrust. We know how trust is built, we know strategies and so on, but in distrust this is not existing. And therefore there is an interesting gap also open for whoever of you who is interested in researching on this particular field. There is a dog crying on the distrust corner research that is waiting for somebody to care of. Then, some inputs from our research. As I said, this is an ongoing project. We are still working on that. Some of these conclusions are preliminary conclusions that we are building upon the data that we collected in order to reinforce them and so on. But there are some interesting things that bring to some other questions for further analysis. It's interesting because till now we have been two people from Spain talking about elections in Poland. It seems like some kind of span-splaining, so that we are foreigners coming here to explain you how democracy works in your country. It's not the case, but we are analyzing it because it's an interesting case. Poland is an interesting country, as we could see before on the presentation by my colleague, that there is a kind of high level of political tension. And it's interesting, for example, on the last elections that you had, the results were quite close, but they allowed to a change on the government. Interestingly, if we would ask probably the people in Poland, do you trust your institutions or do you trust your government, that would be totally politically biased. So some people, if my party is in government, I trust them. If my party is in opposition, I don't trust them at all because they are the worst thing ever happened to my country. But when the results were announced by the public television based on exit polls, there were already some of them that were super happy and some of them that were already crying, even if no vote was still counted. So therefore, there was an interesting trust transition from a country that I don't trust institutions to I blindly trust exit polls. And that's an interesting thing, because in places where trust is not existing on institutions, quite often we gather some other elements to build our trust on something that we want to believe that it will happen like that. And I remember the results on the elections were pretty close, so if they would not be counted in the proper manner, everything could change. I think it was a matter of 0.something% that Razem was part of the parliament or not, because it's a coalition and so on. It was really narrow, so a change on the counting process would change absolutely the results, but people were already celebrating, and we are the presidents, and we lost, and so on and so on. Interesting trust switch in connection with that. But here we are talking about technology, and if you remember 2014 local elections in Poland, you introduced a system for transmission of the results from the voting booth to the center where the things were going to be counted. And this system was not working properly. So meaning that you had the elections, this system was promising that the results were going to be publicly available pretty soon, and they were not, because there was a problem on the installation of the system and so on and so on. And the people had to wait. But there were the exit polls that you blindly trust. But exit polls are really reliable when we talk about presidential elections or when we talk about parliamentary elections, but not so much when we talk about local elections, because there are so many factors that make that the sample and the way it's built and so on, it might bring to some mistake. And when finally the information system was working and the polls, you received the results of your local elections, the results were not matching the results that were expressed in the exit polls. What happens here? We were blindly trusting exit polls. And we have been 1 week waiting for the results. Something happened during this week. So the system that was going to bring trustworthiness, efficiency in the process of counting the votes, was somewhere raising this trust that the results were as we were expecting, because all our trust references, all your trust references in this moment, they were corrupted or they were not working as it was expected. So inputs from Poland, for example, some particular cases on trust management in a country where technology was also used in certain parts of the election cycle, and they brought to some different things. I will not get into the postal voting story in 2020, because there are lots of experts here who know much better than me, but you also know how institutions didn't manage to provide a good solution for managing elections during a pandemic period. Inputs from another country. I know I have 5 minutes. Inputs from another country, New South Wales, Australia, they used to have an internet voting system that it was working from 2000 until 2019, I think from 2007, something like that. It was just working on this particular part of Australia, and it was cancelled. But there are some interesting stories on that. It was cancelled because there was a technical failure, because many people wanted to vote at the same time, because it became suddenly very popular. And it became very popular because a group of cryptographers went on the public television to say that the system was untrustworthy because it had some flaws and some problems. Interestingly, the fact that somebody went to television to say that you shouldn't trust this system made that some people who were sitting at home, they said, oh good, there is an internet voting system in place that I could use. And they absolutely ignored the fact that somebody was telling, don't trust it, and they went massively to use the system on the elections because they obviously prefer to be on the beach than going to the voting booth and queuing and so on and so on. So interesting paradoxes on that. The creation of the strategy for creating distrust in the system created at least adoption, and if we consider adoption as something that is related to trust, it created some sort of trust on the citizens that they wanted to use this particular tool. There are other things, but as I don't have much time, I will talk about that later maybe. The case of Estonia, it's probably one of the most successful countries in the world in the installation of internet voting, from 2005 utilizing internet voting. After 20 years, they managed to get that more than 50% of the population is using internet voting, which is a world record on that. There is no country with higher proportion of internet voting users compared with the people who could use that. But still, there are some voices that distrust the internet voting system, although Estonian internet voting system, although it's the more generally trusted system existing in the planet, there are some voices that they say that you shouldn't trust it, and mostly come from the far-right parties in Estonia, that using the same strategy as Donald Trump with postal voting, they managed to create an interesting system in which on their campaign they are saying, don't go to vote on internet voting because internet voting is not working good because the government is changing your ballots, and then when the results come, they say, you see, we have no voters on internet voting. That proves that obviously the government is changing the results on internet voting. Of course, if you are telling your people don't vote using internet voting, they will not vote, and the results are already there. So it's a winning legend, a winning story that will justify a political strategy. So distrust can come from external outsider or from even internal members who want to delegitimize the use of technology in elections, although probably it's one of the most secure systems existing ever. Finally, 1.5 minutes I have. In the Netherlands, they were using machines for voting. This is the case that it's more developed, and there will be a publication summarizing that probably somewhere this summer, in which they were using machines for casting their ballots. So it's not internet voting itself, it's electronic voting. But those machines, they were proven to be untrustworthy by a group of hackers. And they did it in a really brilliant manner. Just before elections in 2006, they went first to the office where the machines were stored, and they said, hey, we are going to make a demonstration in a school. Could you borrow us one of these machines? Of course, who says no to somebody who is with good intention saying that they will make a demonstration in the school for democratizing the country and showing how elections work and so on. And of course, this hacker just opened the machine, they put a chip on the machine, and then they went to the television to prove that the machines could be hacked. And in a TV show live, they proved that this voting machine could play chess. And it was something that, of course, was collapsing the management of elections in the country on that moment, and they had to withdraw the use of voting machines in elections. Some learnings from that, there were some elements that those hackers were well-known ethical hackers of the country, and trying to create distrust on the electronic voting system, they were trying to increase the trustworthiness of elections, because if we get rid of these machines, our elections are going to be better. So there are some interesting combinations here in which some actor was bringing trust and distrust at the same time. They were bringing distrust on the machines, but they were bringing trust to the system. The same happens with some other, anyway, I will just go fast on that. But it proves that the existence of some elements that they can bring trust and distrust to whatever system at the same time. These 4 cases, and this is the last thing because I'm 20 seconds over time, they put 4 paradoxes on the management of trust and distrust that I think they are worth to continue exploring. First, generalized distrust scenario, but trust on external unsupervised stakeholders can happen. We have the case of Poland, in which you generally trust quite a lot on exit polls, which is something that is totally not democratically managed. It's something that we trust because it never failed. Second paradox, we can find situations in which distrust is bringing to trust, like it happened in the case of New South Wales. Third paradox, distrust can come from agents that they are institutionalized in the system, and they try to undermine democratic standards of the country, even if they depend on the democratic standards of the country to surviving. Paradox number 4, trust and distrust, they are in a permanent dialogue, and they can occur at the same time in parallel regarding similar stakeholders on one particular place. And that's it. Thank you for your attention. Of course, I'm happy to answer questions later, but I'm also happy if you have any other question, you can reach me on my email, and I will be happy to discuss them with you. Sorry for the 1 minute extra time.
Thank you very much, David. You raised a lot of important issues. As you mentioned at the beginning, it was a very interdisciplinary perspective, and I hope you felt well as a sociologist in a group of political scientists. You had your clock and you were very strict, so you did have also this third element of, mathematician or informatician there. But the topic of elections, of course, is, from the perspective of political science, is very important, and especially trust and distrust. Very interesting perspective on how distrust is not yet explored in a way. But one thing which made me really trust your research more, you said that people trust professors, and I would like to see some more empirical examples of this later, maybe. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Professor Teresa Sasińska-Klas, today from the University of Information Technology and Management in Rzeszów, but as a matter of fact, most of the research life connected with the Jagiellonian University, with the Faculty of Management and Political Communication, and the expert on the research of public opinion polls, social communication, mass communication, sociology of politics, and various techniques of, as was mentioned before, researching the public opinion polls. This will be also an interdisciplinary perspective, and it's also important to acknowledge that Professor Sasińska-Klas used to be a vice president and president of Polish Political Science Association and a member of IPSA, so a lot of good connections here. Mediatization of politics, politicization of the media, the new dimension and challenges. Professor, the floor is yours, please.
Yeah. Thank you for the invitation, because to discuss the new challenges in political science is always a current issue, because it's not the discipline when everything is simply answer, and we can say that, okay, it's enough. We said everything. However, one topic which I found as sociologist and political scientist like you, which is a very unique situation, that it's the same panel representative of both these disciplines are present together. I would like to focus your attention on the mediatization of politics and politicization of the media, because we are facing this relationship, which are very, let's say, dynamic one, and very strongly progressing in the contemporary world. It means political scientists per se should turn a little bit the interest, or I think a little bit more than till now, in the era where the relationship between politics and media is necessary to analyze. Will be probably better to find the answer when we are trying to understand the logic of the contemporary politics. And in my opinion, not only in my opinion, but I am of the same opinion that mediatization of politics is not a new phenomenon. It was always, the question was the position of media, the development of media, especially from the technological point of view. However, something what is interesting today is the mediatization of the public sphere in much broader sense. We can analyze the situation. And the mediatization is a challenge, is the challenge for the present. And we see a very clear tendency towards mediatized politics. If we like it or not, this is the unquestionable fact. And the process of mediatization affects most areas of the social life of citizens in the contemporary world. And it is part of the element of social modernity. It means we cannot analyze all social problems and issues only from the positive perspective, constructive, but some destructive elements are part of the reality. What the previous speaker was telling about the trust and distrust. we are very good in the case of the distrust, especially in Poland, the distrust in law. And could you imagine yourself how we can transfer distrust in law, which is on the ultimate level, to the level of expected trust in a legal system, in law, in legal regulations? It's only the question to the previous speaker, but I would like to return to the mediatization. The mediatization is, it was explained by media analysts in political science in the most simple way by Friedrich Krotz from Germany. As a certain set of processes resulting from the changes both in the media themselves and social and cultural changes. Very, very simple, definition, but it's showing us the era of the analysis, the framework for the analysis. And today, the citizens are living in a media-saturated world, exactly, and media-saturated conditions, which are influencing very efficiently the social process, the social life. It means it's a very dynamic process, and we should present a very dynamic perspective. As Auguste Comte was dividing the analysis for static and the dynamic. In the case of contemporary politics, we should use the dynamic approach, and mediatization is exactly helping or influencing tremendously the intensity of this dynamism. And there are three paradigms which are formulated to analyze the mediatized politics in a contemporary world. First, the paradigm of everyday life. It means not directly connected with politics, but is presenting a broader background. And our life is simply very actively, more and more, because of the development of new media. The word new media today is a little bit outdated because all media are new media. And the new media are not the new, because they exist and they are in operation and use for last 20 years. It's something, of course, when we see someone who is 20 years old is a young person. But in the case of media, media which are 20 years old are not so new in this sense in which Paul Levinson was trying to describe them. And of course, this is something what we are facing today. The British media researcher Scott Lash proposed that the changes which we are observing in the media market, the traditional media, new media, exactly are showing that we should analyze this changing and we should treat them as twofold modernization. The First Amendment at the basic level, which it poses to define as rationalization, and the second part of modernization is the mediatization. And Lash is of the opinion that the media have spread in recent years like a plague, which means that the modern complex of communication conditions can no longer function without mediatized communication. And this is the unquestionable fact, exactly. New media and communication technologies are present everywhere. Mediatized everyday life is also becoming more and more, we can say, mediatized, scandalized. It means we are facing not only the positive results of this mediatization, but negative result. The second paradigm is of the symbolic world. It means the communication belongs to the symbolic practice of society. Writing image, sound, send us symbols that communicate certain content. And we live in a world of symbols, which are the basis of social interactions. And symbolic interactionism is invoked here as a useful component of the theory of social action. And the third paradigm is a paradigm media and social change. And I will focus more on this in the next seconds. Which means what is emphasized here? The dynamics of development, which I am repeating myself, but I would like to be clear that the dynamic approach is a crucial one. But it doesn't mean that it's easy to give an answer. We are simply trying to catch a certain stage of dynamism in the process of modernization, mediatization, the progressive modernization and change, which is not easy. But referring to the politics, which is the main subject of political science, politics today cannot exist without the media. And is communicate to us through the media. The media is a significant forum for the public discourse. And even now we are few weeks before the local election, and in the next schedule for June 9th is a EU election. It means for the candidates for the EU Parliament election, which is mediatized and probably will be more mediatized even in the next days and weeks. With the use of social media on the more intense scale that in the previous elections. Well, politicization of the media. At the same time, the mediatization of politics has many negative effects, which should also be pointed. And media analysts, political scientists, and political advisor to the Chancellor Kohl at the process of the reunification of Germany, director of the Institute für Publizistik, Universitat, Mainz Universitat in Germany, Hans Matthias Keplinger, points to the occurrence of a phenomenon which he describes as an effect of the mutual influence of the media. In German, reciproke Effekte. What does it mean? The effect of the mutual influence of the media proposed by Hans Matthias Keplinger makes politicians aware that they are the subject of careful observation, and at the same time they are subject to the specific logic of the media operation. Politics is perceived in the contemporary world as a mass spectacle, especially during the period of elections, and we are currently in such a moment, which is the apogee of this kind of theater. The media visibility of politicians means the media, through appropriate selection process, commenting, discussion, evaluation of these elements of the discourse, can create someone into a media star, and on the other hand, destroy him or her. No, the example which are very well known from the public political scene in Poland is Andrzej Leper, Janusz Palikot, Lech Wałęsa. These names were mentioned in the previous presentations. And we face not only mediatization, but medialization of politics. It means politics appears as a spectacle, theater, and sport. It means we should build more broader analytical perspective to analyze it. American media scholar Arthur Asher Berger, he is directing our attention to another dimension of the mediatization. He refers to the halo effect. Halo effect in the public sphere, in the politics. It occurs in the process of the audience identifying the public situation with characters such as Superman, Wonder Man. It means these are certain similarities which he is trying to show. The metaphor of the spectacle, which can be seen in the way politics is done in a mediated world. This is the definition exactly, the description of this, of the current result of this mediatization. The processuality of power is revealed here with a great force. And this it creates a certain new perspective, new dimension of the analysis of the political process. Now returning to the political science per se, the dominance of form over content has led us to the emergence, according to Bonavecchio, a new type of politicians, which we can point out a number of such politicians, and we describe them as virtual politician. He or she is a skillful manager, an effective manipulator, who creates an image of himself, herself, as a character with whom everyone can identify, and the image of his or her party as an executor of a program that satisfies everyone, the end of quote of Bonavecchio. And how is the time is still a little bit, I have. And the politics is more and more often shown in the form of a fight as a spectacular sport. I think political scientists do not even try to analyze this, let's say, operational level of politics using such parallel. However, it's possible to find interesting conclusions when we try to open our analytical approach and use such a comparative perspective. Why? Because, you know, watching the public scene, we can say that journalists sharpen the climate of political debates in every country, not only in Poland. In every country, such a situation is taking place. And they stimulate the emotions, and they tried to present controversies. And these controversies attract the public opinion, public attention. And there's not enough room for non-aggressive information. We are now in the, we should be in the more advanced stage of the debate for the local, in the local election. However, we are not in such advanced and efficient stage of the public debate because of many reasons. However, non-aggressive information, on the one side, does not invite us to this garden, to the political garden. On the other side, it should be less aggressive. Public discourse, public debate, exchange of views, programs and models. And it's actually the question is, you know, how to find the golden solution, the satisfactory level and dimension of it. It's not easy to answer. And of course, watching this stage of the mediatized politics, we can easily to say that it helped, in quote, to the crisis of democracy, exactly. It intensified democracy, crisis of democracy. or certain, say, decline of the democratic model because of such experience. And we are facing today the process of the deepening democratic deficit. The question is now how to motivate people to vote when the democratic deficit is growing, you know, is progressing exactly. From the logic point of view, you can say how the deficit can progress, but it can progress in a negative sense, exactly, in a negative direction. And Robert Dahl, in the 80s exactly, very dramatically warned the political scientists that the silent citizen is a misfortune for democracy. We are now in the situation that this silent citizens, or the citizens who are turning back and don't want to vote, or will vote against, exactly, demonstrate the negative emotions. This is something what we cannot say help to build democracy, to progress, to satisfaction from democratic arrangements. And of course, another element, another challenge, which is not easy to solve. However, I am trying only to focus your attention that these are the elements or the challenges connected with the politicization of the media, and mediatization of politics, is a process of isolating the political elite from citizens and their interests. It means these are the elements. And some other, scandalization, something what is very active, political journalism, which is in a, can I say, progress, but built on a very, can I say, negative, say, contribution. And we can say that all these points are showing that there's a certain crisis of communication, which leads to a crisis of democracy. The question is how, I must say, normalize, because it's impossible to simply cut completely, but how to put the mediatization of politics and politicization of the politicization of the media to a, can I say, satisfactory level that it will work and help to the democratic process. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, for raising our concerns over maybe not new concepts, however, the perspective, which is important, especially looking at concrete empirical examples, which we're referring to, how mediatization looks like today, how media are politicized. And this is another proof by which we can state that political science definitely needs to turn also not only to sociology, but also to media studies, to communication studies. And it's really impossible to find proper answers to big questions that we are all posing as political scientists. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to thank all the three presenters. I'm aware of the fact that according to the initial program, we are almost out of time. However, we started 10 minutes later. Therefore, we definitely have up to 12, 13 minutes for your comments, suggestions, questions to the panelists. Okay, I see someone raising hand.
Thank you very much for inspiring presentations, Kinga Schlesinger, European Parliament Liaison Office in Poland. Professor Sasińska class raised the question that we as the liaison office ask ourselves, and that is actually our main tasks ahead of European Parliament elections, how to motivate people to go to vote. And indeed, I think The predecessor, I think, found one part of the answer that maybe internet voting would be in future a solution how to increase the turnout, because as you well know, many countries, maybe not many, but some countries lowered the electoral threshold to 16, 17 years. And the younger voters, they definitely are more in favor of digital solutions. However, I'm from the older generation, and I still know people who do not have smartphones, who do not use internet. So there is still this digital competence gap. And we just have to make sure that this generation, part of generation, is not excluded from if we adopt the internet voting. I also would like to point out to the psychological aspect of internet of voting. I speak from Polish perspective. We go to the polling station. This is sort of a solemn act, at least for me, for some people. This is not the same as, you know, go on internet and vote. Maybe you mentioned that in Spain it's some kind of little piece of paper. Is probably different, but as you mentioned, we have this big piece of papers and often, you know, after Sunday Mass, you know, in countryside, you know, families go to the polling station. So there is still this psychological aspect that I think might be lost for certain parts of the population, for older generation with internet voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Does anyone would you like to comment on these? There's a mic.
First of all, I completely disagree with Kinga that she's the representative of older generation. I can't accept such statement. Excuse me. However, returning to the other part of your question, the digital competence gap in Poland. This is, I must say, I do not see the risk, the danger in this gap, because the gap is declining. The question is what David was telling, trust and distrust. The question is distrust in politics, which is growing. I must say, distrust is in a good shape, in quote. In the country, in many countries, and in the case of Poland, is in a very good shape. The growing, progressing distrust in public institutions, in a political system, in a legal system, which I mentioned, because the highest level of distrust in a contemporary situation refers to the legal institution in the country. The question is now how to motivate people to make a decision, to vote, to support, or to reject certain political groups when the level of trust is so limited, and it demotivates people instead of motivates them. The technological, I must say, gap is simply not the biggest issue right now. Maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but not now. You know, when you see the young generation, just 18, 20 years old, young people, 18, 20 years old young people, for them the technological gap is not existing. The question is, are they inviting to simply situate their position on the public scene in the country, to vote, not to vote, and so on. This is the dilemma. This is the challenge.
and I will add just one thing because it was appealing to some of the things that I said. There is normally this idea that internet voting is going to increase turnouts. I was saying something about that before. Normally there is not a direct connection between the use of internet voting and the increase of turnouts. What internet voting does, it's increase the convenience of the voting process for citizens. And that, of course, has an impact on turnout. But there is one common sentence quite often in electoral management that answers quite good this question, that is like, a good voting system per se will not increase turnout, but a bad voting system will decline the turnout. So if we make, and yesterday, for example, when we were having a dinner with Professor Casal Bértoa, we were talking about that, about the Spanish voting system for expats. It's a really cumbersome, difficult, long system that requires that you need to be really motivated to go to the Spanish embassy, to subscribe yourself, to wait for the letter that might arrive late, to go again to the postal office, to send it back and so on. It takes so many steps that you really need to be highly motivated. And we could see it, for example, on the last Polish elections. The queues of Poles in the UK, for example, embassies like queuing for hours in order to vote. A system that is cumbersome requires lots of people who are really willing to exercise the right to vote in order to do that. And internet voting decreases that, so makes it cheaper for voters, but they still need to want to go to vote. So we can work on the convenience side of the voting process, but not necessarily with the willingness of citizens to vote, that goes on the other part. And second comment about this sacrality of the vote. Going to the voting station, to the voting booth and putting the paper and so on. Of course, yeah, it is. I mean, voting, it's a part of political socialization, right? We are, when our kids start to be older, we go with them to the voting booth to show them how it works and so on. The research that we were doing in Estonia, for example, it shows how generations who are 18 years old, the first time they go to vote, repeatedly they go with their parents and they go to vote in paper. The second time, they never go back in paper and they go online and they never come back to paper because they are more conveniently using this kind of system. So this story, it's always there, and it's one of the things that it's commonly said in relation with internet voting, that it loses, obviously, the sacrality of the vote, but it will create other protocols, other rhythms, other elements that we will refer to when we will explain and we will politically socialize.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Leif Kalev, Tallinn University, Estonia. My question goes to Professor Galina Zelenko. I think you nicely outlined the current tendencies in Putin's regime towards totalitarianism, aggression, and so on. But in every regime, there are also seeds for change. And we know both from Russian imperial history and then Soviet history, there were periods of more oppressive and more flexible rule. So have you also discovered some new aspects of possibilities for moving towards moderation in the current Russian regime?
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much for your questions. In my opinion, now in this situation, the best influence for Russian political regimes is Ukrainian army, because we don't see nothing which can change situation in Russia, because as you know, the supporting of population, Russia population, the war in Ukraine is maybe 70%. So I don't know any idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other questions, comments? Magda, please.
About the alternative voting methods, because we were discussing this also yesterday, but we have Switzerland, which in the 90s introduced correspondence voting, postal voting, and it was made public for everyone. And also, let's say, results from elections in Switzerland do not prove that even postal voting increases turnout. It is like David said, it is making the voting more comfortable for citizens. But on the other hand, there is also the question if we have to, just answering to Kinga, if we need to mobilize people to participate, because we've got different schools looking at this. Participationists say that, yeah, there is a need to involve people in democratic processes, but on the other hand, elitists say that, there is a question if citizens are educated enough and if they have knowledge to vote about, in many cases, very complicated issues. And that is also the question. But of course, to build strong democracy and to build strong society, democratic society, we need to be involved in democratic processes. And of course, I-voting or correspondence voting is a kind of solution to mobilize people to do that, and because it makes it more comfortable. But also from Switzerland, if in the beginning of 2000, they made some pilot votings, pilot I-votings, and the results of them was that there is a transfer of voters. There is no increase in turnout, but those who voted by post transferred to vote online, and that is also a kind of result of this introducing of additional voting methods.
Okay, thanks.
I would like to thank you for all three speeches, and also for bringing up the Piotr Sztompka's definition of trust. And I remember you said that, in your opinion, there is a space to do the research on distrust, yes? In my opinion, this kind of research is already in place, but not necessarily is called that it is research on distrust. And one of the example is my field, the research on conspiracy theories as part of political culture, which is often understood as deep distrust toward institutions, yes? And then the problem is not only how to make people trusting different institutions, but we have also this institutionalization of distrust in bubbles of the internet, and a lot of small groups which institutionalize, and we should do something about distrust, yes? And the most interesting thing is that when I want to refer to the research which I made not so long time ago with Paweł from this faculty, about which groups distrust most several narrations also related to the war on Ukraine. The interesting fact is that the highest level of distrust is among young people who spend a lot of time in the internet. Yes, so not the old people, as most of us tend to think, because in the past, in the 90s, those people were, let's say, in new situation, they didn't know how to struggle with the new situation, and we usually think that the oldest people have problem with distrust. But what is a new phenomenon right now? It's distrust among young internet users. This is more like comment, but I wanted to add this here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any? Yes, please.
No, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. You.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I celebrate that there is research, of course, focusing on distrust. Probably, I mean, I think that we can agree that there is much more research on trust than on distrust, but it's very interesting that there are that there is research, of course, that is focusing on this particular part, because I think that on the last years, one thing that happened, especially with the digitalization of political life, is that it's much more visible which are the channels of creation of distrust. Something that before it was invisible, and that's allowed to understand this kind of lack of distinction between trust and distrust. As soon as we realize that the channels that create distrust, they are not the same, that the absence of them create trust, it's easier to focus on this kind of research. So I think I will be very interested later in getting your reference and reading a bit what you're doing. Thank you.
I would like to simply present only one case, which is a very current one. It wasn't discussed publicly. That means the media did not touch yet this issue, but it will come. As you see the and we observe, we watch in the media every day the farmer strike in every part of Poland, but the most intense is on the eastern side, close to the border with Belarus, Russia, Ukraine. The one group which is presenting a newly created distrust, young students on the high school level in agriculture high schools, technika rolnicza in Polish. It's a very interesting signal which is necessary to observe, and the question is if this is only a temporary signal, is simply current emotional rejection or reaction for this situation, or it can progress in a very risky direction. The pupils who are finishing or who are in this final years of the education in agriculture schools, technika rolnicze, are giving a signal expressing that they will take a part in a local election and EU elections, and they will vote against. Why? Because of the farmers' protest. And they are giving a signal telling that they want to complete their education and leave this profession. They don't want to approach the market, and they are almost qualified or close to get the formal qualification to work professionally as farmers and modernize the agriculture sector. They try to explain why it happened, why they are thinking, why they are discussing the situation and diagnosing this direction. Because of the parents, farmers, the environment from which they are coming, and educating themselves. It means they represent the villages, small villages, and the whole climate in this group is influencing them. The question is more complex because the farmers' strike in the public opinion in Poland is connected with the import of or transfer of harvest from Ukraine. But the majority of this transfer is coming from Russia, or it's a Russian harvest which is coming to Poland via Kazakhstan and other countries. How will reduce the level of distrust, which is today, we can say, on the modest level compared to the situation where it will be revealed publicly by the media, when the media will catch this information and work on it, and the level of distrust will be rapidly growing in a very risky direction. This is my only comment and question.
Thank you very much, Professor. Well, not to raise more concerns or distrust among the participants towards organizers, we organized lunch and it's waiting for you outside. But first of all, I would like to thank the panelists today in this panel, which was interdisciplinary as we introduced it, and despite the fact that we probably raised more questions than found answers, I think this is one of the purposes of this conference, to look into the same problems and processes from various perspectives. And I would like to thank Professor Galina Zelenko, Professor David Dueñas-Cid, and Professor Teresa Sasińska-Klas. Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite you outside. There's lunch waiting for you, and let's talk about trust, distrust, and many other important issues. Thank you.